Chapter 359. Good. Since that is the case, let's enter the city. Yang Qindong waved his hand. Immediately, everyone entered Ganzhou city in a grandiose manner. The news of Yang Qindong killing Jia Ping and severely punishing Han Qing quickly spread throughout the city and the army. When some of the commoners and soldiers heard this news, they were all overjoyed. Not to mention the skill of this young imperial envoy in battle, at least his ability to govern was not bad. The commoners were like this. As long as someone punished a corrupt official, they would be happy. As for whether or not they would be able to gain anything because of this, that was not something they cared about. Lu Youfu gave Yang Qindong a very good residence in Ganzhou city to live in. Naturally, Yang Qindong would not refuse such good intentions. At the same time he gladly accepted, he had his wife, Hu Yan, and the others move in as well. Not only that, but he also had the back garden tidy up. Then, he had the third wife, Lady Shui, invite the number one courtesan by the Qinhuai River, Su Maner, to liven things up. Finally, she could see Yang Qindong's face. Although she was invited over as an entertainer, the servant girl, Xiao Yun, also had many objections. However, as the main character, Su Maner, was not angry at all. In her opinion, being able to come into contact with Yang Qindong was the first step to success. As for how it was done, that was not the most important thing. Moreover, the moment she entered the city, she had heard about Yang Qindong's actions in the large tent. She was very curious. Was this imperial envoy, who had openly bribed someone, not afraid that the matter would reach the emperor and he would be punished? Where did he have the confidence to do such a thing? With all kinds of questions in her mind, Su Maner appeared in the back garden in a long white dress. As soon as Su Maner appeared, she gave people a very stunning feeling. Dressed in white, she appeared incomparably holy. If one did not know that this person had once been a courtesan by the Qinhuai River, one would not have thought that this person came from such a place. On the contrary, judging from her attire and behavior, it would be more accurate to call her a lady from a respectable family. Yang Qindong's eyes narrowed when he saw Su Maner's outfit. Then, he slowly leaned against the rattan chair and closed his eyes while Hu Yan and Madame Shui hugged him. Occasionally, he would open his mouth and enjoy the peeled fruits that Hu Yan and Madame Shui put in his mouth. Strictly speaking, Yang Qindong's actions were somewhat disrespectful. However, as if she was used to such things, or perhaps she was already mentally prepared, Su Maner was not angry. Instead, she gently tested the pipa in her hand and began to play. She was singing the song, Wishing We Last Forever, by Yang Qindong. It had to be said that the sound coming from Su Maner's mouth was indeed different. Even Madame Shui, who was good at this, kept nodding after hearing it. It was obvious that she approved of Su Maner's playing skills. Yang Qindong sat on the rattan chair with his head slightly tilted back. The corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. His right hand tapped gently on the armrest of the rattan chair as if he was immersed in it. He was in a good mood. Yang Qindong was in a good mood. Hu Yan and Madame Shui, who were sitting beside him, also looked happy. Even Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei, who were standing not far behind, looked happy. In these people's hearts, Yang Qindong's happiness was their happiness, and Yang Qindong's happiness was their happiness. This was a powerful personality charm that could affect the mood of others at any time and place. This warm and wonderful scene lasted for more than an hour, and then everything was ruined by the sounds of fighting and shouting outside. Out of instinct, Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei came to Yang Qindong's side to protect him. In addition, Tai Qingyi, who was standing not far away, also stood in front of Hu Yan and Madame Shui. There were 6 other women standing with her. From the determination in their eyes, it could be seen that they were not afraid of death. This sudden change made Su Maner, who was singing, shut her mouth naturally. When she saw that Hu Yan and Madame Shui were protected by people, and only her maid Xiao Yun came to her side, she did not know why, but there was a faint jealousy in her heart. At this moment, the sounds of fighting outside had stopped. Then came the shout of General Guaning. I want to see the Duke of Loyalty. Let me go. Obviously, the person who came should be Guaning. He probably took things too hard because of what happened in the big tent in the morning and wanted to see Yang Qindong. However, Yang Qindong, who was in a relaxed state, could not be disturbed by just anyone. He was blocked outside the door as usual. In a moment of anger, he wanted to break in. Let him in. Yang Qindong, who was sitting on the rattan chair, looked calm. It was not clear whether he was really angry, but there was a sense of coldness in his voice. As the voice rang out, there were footsteps in the outer courtyard. Then, Guaning, whose face was slightly red and swollen, walked in under the escort of 4 Leng Feng. To be able to have 4 Leng Feng following him, it was clear that Guan Ying's skills were not bad. Looking at the Leng Feng who followed him, it seemed that their clothes were also disheveled. It was clear that the fight just now had been very fierce. Yang Qindong's gaze swept over the 5 people. Then, his voice was still indifferent as he asked, "You want to see me?" "That's right, I want to see you. I want to ask you why you did what you did during the day. Also, what were those generals sent out to do? You have to give me an explanation." Guaning glared and shouted, as if he was very angry. Guan Ying's shout entered his ears clearly. Sitting there, Yang Qindong first frowned slightly. His gaze swept over Guan Ying's body again and again. Then, his smile seemed to be forcefully wiped away by an invisible hand. His expression suddenly became much more serious. "Who do you think you are? Do you think I am someone you can see whenever you want to? What I want to do, is it something you can question? You still have an explanation? Let me tell you, even the emperor of the Southern Ming Empire would not order me like this. Since you want an explanation, then I'll give you one. Beta Persei, beat him." Yang Qindong's sudden anger scared Guaning. All this time, although Yang Qindong's actions were unpredictable, his attitude towards him could be considered friendly. At least, he didn't get angry at him, to the point that he forgot his identity. Now that he was suddenly reprimanded by Yang Qindong, he realized that he was just a small character. The reason why he didn't do anything to him was because he didn't put him in his eyes and didn't treat him as a dish. Now that he suddenly appeared and disturbed the other party's happy mood, was he going to punish him? As he thought this, he raised his head again and saw the tall Beta Persei walking towards him. Suddenly, anger flashed in his eyes. Guaning had been in the army and his performance was excellent. His skills were also better than ordinary people. This time, when he followed Kuangya minister to inspect the various guards, he was more often than not a guard. From this, it could be seen that his skills were quite good. This was also the reason why he dared to charge in alone. But just now, the 4 people he didn't put in his eyes taught him how to be a person. If it was a one-on-one, he was confident that none of the 4 would be a match for him. But in a group fight, the 4 people cooperated very well and he quickly fell into a disadvantage, to the point that he was pressed to the ground. This was already quite embarrassing. Now, Yang Qindong only sent 1 person. Although he was tall, this didn't mean anything. Sometimes, a tall and strong person didn't necessarily win in a fight. Strength didn't mean everything. Flexibility and timely exertion of strength were more important. Good. If it's a one-on-one, if I win, can I sit down and have a good talk with the Duke? Seeing that Beta Persei was already in front of him, Guaning knew that he had to fight, so he asked Yang Qindong loudly. Ha ha ha. Guan Ying's shout attracted a burst of laughter from the surrounding people. This laughter was like a slap to Guan Ying's face, making him feel humiliated. "You're going too far." Guaning didn't get a reply from Yang Qindong and was instead ridiculed by the crowd. In his anger, he immediately stomped on the ground and flew up. Then, with a step in the air, he kicked at Beta Persei's head. This kick was fast and accurate. If Beta Persei was really stepped on, he would probably fall to the ground. Without resting for a month, he would never be able to recover. Seeing this kick land, Su Maner, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but cover her mouth with her white fingers. From the looks of it, she was quite frightened. The servant girl, Xiao Yun, was much worse than Su Munaer. She had already opened her mouth and started screaming. Amidst such screams, Beta Persei's 2 arms, which were as strong as a woman's calves, suddenly stretched out and grabbed at Guan Ying's legs. Everyone said that an arm couldn't win against a leg. From this, it could be seen that in terms of strength, arms and legs were not equal. However, this saying didn't seem to be practical when applied to Beta Persei. When the pair of arms stretched out to grab, the pair of legs, which should have been invincible, seemed to have been stopped in time. They were grabbed by something and fell into Beta Persei's hands. Then, they were restrained and couldn't move. When the pair of arms reached out, they accurately grabbed a pair of ankles. The pair of legs, which were wearing high-waisted cloth shoes, fell into Beta Persei's hands like a toy. When his attack succeeded, he laughed mischievously. Then, he forcefully twisted his waist and drew a circle with his feet as the center. Then, the pair of large hands in front of his arms suddenly loosened. Like flying a kite, he threw the owner of the pair of feet, Guan Ying, away. Guan Ying's kick was originally thought to be able to hurt Beta Persei. He was still thinking that the martial arts of the people around the Duke of Loyalty were only so when he was shocked to find that he couldn't move. Then, the whistling sound of the wind rang in his ears and he was thrown away. Chapter 360. Out of instinct, Guaning tried his best to find a direction and a safe way to land. Therefore, when his body landed, he rolled on the ground awkwardly. Then, he got up from the ground with dust all over his body and squatted on the ground. Everything just happened too quickly. Even with Guan Ying's ability, he did not have the time to fully accept and digest it. However, just when he was still feeling a little dizzy, a large foot kicked him in the same way as he did to himself. Guan Ying only saw a black shadow in front of him, and a pair of big feet came towards him. Out of instinct, he raised his arms to block. Bang! A powerful force suddenly hit him. With just one blow, Guan Ying felt as if his arms had fallen apart. His whole body was also pushed back by the huge force. During this process, even though his feet forcefully rubbed against the ground in an attempt to stop, the force was too great. Even the soles of his high-waisted cloth shoes were worn out, revealing the soles of his feet. His body still flew back 4 to 5 meters before coming to a stop. Just as his body stopped, the black shadow rushed over again. This was Beta Persei's hot pursuit. As Yang Qindong once said, take advantage of the enemy's weakness, take the enemy's life. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. He had gained the upper hand with one move, and followed up with another attack. A pair of strong thick arms had already reached over, and his fists turned into palms. He grabbed Guan Ying's body, which was still in shock and dizzy. After 2 consecutive blows, Guan Ying had lost his previous accurate judgment, so Beta Persei easily grabbed his arms and lifted him up. When his body suddenly leaned back, Guan Ying's body was thrown into a backflip by the inertia. This backward somersault was completely unexpected, and it was not what Guan Ying wanted either. This blow caused his body to come into close contact with the ground. The moment he was bombarded to the ground, he only felt that his eyes were dazed, and his whole body was in discomfort as if it had fallen apart. Thanks to his usual training, his physical fitness was not bad. However, if it was anyone else, just this strike alone would have been enough to take their life. Even so, Guan Ying was completely stunned by the fall. He had no idea that his opponent, Beta Persei, had already gotten up and lifted a large foot to stomp on his waist. A person's waist was flexible, but at the same time, it was also very fragile. Once the 200 kilograms Beta Persei stepped on it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they didn't lose their lives, they wouldn't be able to stand up for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, at this moment, Yang Qindong's voice suddenly rang out. "Alright, stop." As soon as this voice rang out, Yang Er, who had a ferocious expression on his face and was about to land his foot on the ground, suddenly froze. He stood there motionless, as if he was one of the 7 fairies who had been immobilized by Sun Wukong. After maintaining this posture for about a breath of time, the big foot moved to the side and came into close contact with the ground again. A short battle ended just like that. From the beginning to the end, Guaning was the first to take the initiative to attack. The rest of the time, he was on the defensive, and even took a beating. From this, it could be seen that the difference in strength between the two was huge. No one went to help Guaning up. They just let him lie on the ground and gasp for breath, his chest rising and falling one after another. This was the consequence of offending the sixth young master. If it wasn't for Yang Qindong's order, he would have lost his life by now. As time passed, no one spoke in the entire back garden, as if they were waiting for something. After about 10 breaths of time, Guaning finally moved. He struggled to sit up, and then slowly stood up with his arms supporting his body. However, at this moment, no matter how one looked at it, his body was somewhat bent, and it seemed that he had suffered some minor injuries. Standing up, Guaning turned to look at Yang Qindong. There was incomparable anger in his eyes, but also pity and sorrow. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he couldn't talk through it. Regardless of whether it was wealth, power, status, or skill, the two sides were not on the same level. This made him feel a sense of inferiority. He finally realized that the mission Kuangya minister had given him was not going to be so easy to complete. "You're not dead yet, right? If you're not dead, then stand there and listen to me. Didn't you want me to give you an explanation? Then I'll tell you right now, I am the imperial envoy, and it was your minister Kuangya who begged me to come. Since I am the general at the front, I naturally know what to do. I don't need anyone to teach me. Do you understand?" Looking straight at Guaning, Yang Qindong's voice rang out in the courtyard. Yang Qindong was emphasizing his identity. Hearing this, Guaning instinctively nodded. Naturally, he knew these things. He also knew that as the imperial envoy and the general at the front personally appointed by the emperor, he did indeed have the power to do anything. He was angry that the other party didn't tell him what he was going to do and didn't discuss the matter of sending out the army. This made him feel a sense of inferiority. Guaning nodded. Yang Qindong continued, "It's good that you know these things. As for killing Jia Ping, as Zhaoqing general, he led the escape and caused the morale of the army to be in chaos. Tens of thousands of civilians were trapped in the city and killed by the bandits. Shouldn't he be killed for his actions? Han Qing, as an important official of the country, actually accepted bribes. It shouldn't be a problem to heavily punish him. The emperor has said that we can take the money for the mercenaries ourselves. This is just one way of taking it. Wanting the horse to run but not giving the horse grass, this is not something I can do. As for the matter of moving the army, this is a secret. If I publicly announce the plan, can you guarantee that the military plan will not be leaked? Will it not be known by the bandits? You should wake up. I have my own plans for what to do. As for whether you can understand or not, this is not my problem. It is your problem. If it must be said, it is you who is cooperating with me and not me who is cooperating with you. When you encounter a problem, it is best if you can think it through. If you can't, then think hard. If you can't think it through, you can go back to Nanjing and be an official of the Ministry of War. That will save you the trouble of worrying here." Yang Qindong's voice carried some severity. Those familiar with Yang Qindong knew that if he could be strict with you, it meant that he still thought highly of you. On the other hand, if he didn't even want you to do it, then he was truly giving up on you. That was the most fatal thing. After saying this to Han Qing, Yang Qindong waved his hand. He didn't care whether the other party understood or not. He said loudly, "Okay, today is the first time you barged in like this, and it will also be the last time. But if something like this happens again, I will take your life. You can leave now. I still want to listen to music. Don't disturb my mood." After saying this, Yang Qindong leaned his body against the rattan chair and then slowly closed his eyes. Madame Shui, who was sitting beside Yang Qindong, saw her husband's behavior and couldn't help but smile. She then looked at Su Munaer, who was still in shock, and said, "Miss Su, please continue." "Oh." Su Maner replied mechanically. Then, she readjusted her state of mind. After that, a pleasant voice came out from her mouth and entered Yang Qindong's ears, causing his expression to become one of enjoyment and joy once again. Amidst such a beautiful voice, Guaning dragged his injured body out of the back garden. Yang Qindong had finally given him an explanation. From the other party's words, he didn't seem to have gone overboard. As an imperial envoy, he had appeared in the unfamiliar environment of Guangdong. If he couldn't break through with his first 3 strikes, how could he make others listen to him? Looking at it now, he had done it. Now, speaking of the imperial envoy, from Lu Youfu to the insignificant officials who had seen this scene, all of them felt their hearts tremble. This made everyone pay extra attention to his orders. Wasn't this what Guaning himself had hoped to see before? He thought that perhaps this was the method of the Duke of Loyalty and Courage. Now that the move had been used, it was up to whether or not he could really quell the rebels. In the rebel camp. In the government office of the former Zhaoqing Manor, Huang Yuliang was gathering his generals for a so-called military meeting. Ever since Yingzong was defeated at Tumu Fortress 2 years ago and lost 500,000 elite soldiers, the powerful Great Ming dynasty began to decline. Zhu Qizhen, who had retreated to Nanjing, established the capital here and established the Southern Ming dynasty. In order to fill the national treasury, the Southern Ming dynasty added a lot of excessive taxes. When it fell on the commoners, it was unspeakably bitter and the people had no way to make a living. It was under such circumstances that Huang Xiaoyang brought a group of brothers to start a peasant uprising in Guangdong. At the beginning of the uprising, they received the support of many poor commoners. The group expanded and took over a few counties, reaching a certain scale. At the same time, they were suppressed by the Southern Ming dynasty. When faced with the Ming army coming from all directions, the unorganized peasant group was quickly calmed down. In the end, Huang Xiaoyang and his eldest son were both killed. Only his second son, Huang Yuliang, was left to escape and continue to fight against the Ming army on a small scale in Guangdong. There was constant encirclement and suppression. In such an environment, the space left for Huang Yuliang to survive became smaller and smaller. Just as he was about to be trapped, surrounded, and even destroyed, the Ming army that had surrounded him suddenly retreated by more than half. This sudden change made Huang Yuliang feel a sense of confusion. However, he immediately received news that the king of Min Zhuang, Zhu Huixin, was rebelling in Yunnan. Not long after, he received a personal letter from the king of Min Zhuang. The general idea was that he was willing to ally with him. They would help each other and work together. Chapter 361. Zhu Huihua's appearance messed up the situation and gave Huang Yuliang a chance to catch his breath. Using this chance, he finally stabilized his footing. The initial defense turned into a timely counterattack, and now the siege of the city. His army had expanded to 150,000 people, and the number of citizens under his rule had reached close to 1 million. In Zhaoqing Manor, after a round of fighting, smashing, looting, and burning, the place was in a mess. Even sitting in the manor, one could still smell the smell of burning houses in the air. Huang Yuliang sat on the main seat and casually glanced at his subordinates. He lightly knocked on the desk in front of him, and the noisy hall instantly quieted down. "Everyone, we have conquered Zhaoqing. Our forces have expanded by another step. This is something worth celebrating. It is enough to prove that the Southern Ming Empire is rotten, and they are no match for us." Ha ha ha. These encouraging words made everyone in the hall burst into laughter. Almost all of them had arrogant looks on their faces at this moment. It was as if the world would soon be under their control. Huang Yuliang also laughed along with everyone, but he quickly stopped laughing. "But Zhaoqing Manor is not our target. According to the plan discussed with Zhu Huihua, we need to conquer the Guangzhou Manor, and even the entire Guangdong province. Only then can we better suppress the Southern Ming Empire's military strength, make our name known, and expand our forces. So, we need to keep advancing, and advancing. Yes, we cannot be satisfied. There are more wealth and beauties waiting for us. We need to continue attacking. Gung Jun, the leader of the 4 heavenly kings and the only one who followed young Master Huang to Zhaoqing Manor, stood up and agreed with Huang Yuliang. Well said, Heavenly King Gung's words are our next target. Reality has proven that the so-called Southern Ming Empire's army cannot withstand a single blow, but... Huang Yuliang's voice trailed off. When everyone heard the word, but, they could not help but perk up their ears. They knew that was the main point of today's meeting. However, there's a piece of bad news. Emperor Yingzong of the Ming dynasty sent an imperial envoy to Guangzhou Prefecture. He's currently mobilizing troops and preparing to come to Guangzhou Prefecture. It seems like he intends to have a decisive battle with us. Huang Yuliang didn't let everyone wait for a long time. After keeping everyone in suspense, he told them the rest of the story. After saying this, he intentionally shrugged his shoulders. Oh right, I heard that the imperial envoy is the great Ming's Duke of Loyalty. Oh, he's only 21 years old this year. Who? As Huang Yuliang finished his last sentence, there was a burst of exhalation in the hall. Originally, when they heard that the Southern Ming Empire had sent a large army and an imperial envoy to fight with them, they were still a little nervous. No matter what, the Ming army's combat power was still very strong. In addition, the Ming army was very strong. If they really gathered their strength to counterattack, they would have to retreat. However, when they heard that the imperial envoy was a young man who was only 21 years old, they all laughed. Their faces, which had just become tense, completely relaxed at this moment. As for the great Ming's Duke of Loyalty, these people naturally ignored him. Perhaps in their eyes, the so-called nobility of the Ming dynasty was just someone who had a good life and came from a good family. They definitely wouldn't believe that such a person would have any ability. These people would overlook Yang Qindong and the Duke of Loyalty. Naturally, it was because of the lack of information. News was not smooth, public opinion was not developed, and Yang Qindong was only known around the capital of Baiming. In addition, Emperor Yingzong, Zhu Qizhen, intentionally downplayed this person's name. Yang Qindong's name was indeed not well known in the south. Without anyone knowing, these people naturally judged people based on their first impression of him. He was only a 21-year-old young man. How could he be in the eyes of these generals who relied on their own hard work to obtain results? Everyone had an indifferent expression, and Huang Yuliang also laughed along. He himself also didn't know much about Yang Qindong. Or rather, he didn't want to know. He was only a young man in his early 20s, so he didn't put him in his eyes. If it wasn't to motivate his subordinates, he probably wouldn't even mention a word about the 6th young master. Good, brothers. The Southern Ming dynasty has no one. They actually sent a little kid to lead the army. Do they really think we are made of mud? Since it's like this, let's show them our strength and let them know how powerful we are. Huang Yuliang laughed loudly, raising everyone's morale. Young master is right. Since the Southern Ming dynasty dares to look down on us, we should show them our strength. The generals all became excited. The successive victories had made them lose themselves. This time, they were facing a young man, so they underestimated the enemy even more. At this time, not only the generals of the bandit army, even young Master Huang Yuliang was very proud. Seeing everyone filled with righteous indignation, he felt that the morale of the army could be used, so he shouted loudly. Good, since everyone has agreed, we will send troops to the Guangzhou Palace and capture the Ming Imperial Envoy alive. Send troops to the Guangzhou Palace and capture the Ming Imperial Envoy alive. The generals below followed Huang Yuliang's shout and shouted the slogan together. Their eyes were filled with longing and fantasy for a beautiful future. Under Huang Yuliang's call and strategy, the bandit army quickly gathered the rations they stole from various places and started to prepare to directly attack the Guangzhou Palace that had no obstacles in front of them. To them, if they took down this place, it was equivalent to taking over the entire Guangdong. When that time came, their influence would be even greater, and there would be even more heroes coming to join them. Ganzhou Palace. It had been 7 days since the last meeting in the big tent. In these 7 days, Yang Qindong refused to see anyone. Every day, he would listen to music and watch dances in the back garden of the palace. Even when Han Qing brought 400,000 liang of silver, it was his follower, Tiger's Mane, who was responsible for receiving it. When they arrived, it was like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. It gave people the feeling that the situation on the front line could not be delayed. Whoever dared to delay for even a moment would be killed. But after settling down, it was so quiet. It was as if the world was at peace and there was only pleasure and enjoyment left. This kind of contrast made many people unable to understand. However, due to the fact that Yang Qindong had killed Jia Ping and punished Han Qing, he was too ruthless. Although everyone couldn't figure it out, no one dared to ask. The entire situation seemed to have stopped here. Yang Qindong relied on the name of the imperial envoy and his decisive actions last time to make everyone feel afraid. No one dared to disturb him. In comparison, the Guangdong political commissioner, Liu Youfu, and General Guaning did not receive such treatment. The palace they were temporarily staying in was filled with people and carriages every day. Many people came to ask about how to deal with the upcoming battle. As the Guangdong political commissioner, Liu Youfu was more worried about the situation in Guangdong than anyone else. After all, if there was a big problem here, he would certainly be at fault. He had originally been shocked by Yang Qindong's methods when he first arrived. He thought that with such an imperial envoy, the Guangdong matter should not be difficult to resolve. But after 7 days, there was suddenly no movement, and he couldn't sit still any longer. Until one day, he suddenly received a battle report saying that Huang Yuliang's bandit army had already set out from Zhaoqing Palace. When the army's vanguard headed straight for the Guangzhou Palace, he could not sit still no matter what. Men, prepare horses. We are going to General Guan's palace. In General Guan's palace, Guaning was writing a battle report in his study. The so-called battle report was Guan Ying's daily report of the battle on the front line to the southern Ming court. If there was a battle and there were results, it could be reported twice a day, or even thrice a day. But now, even if it was a battle report a day, Guaning did not know how to write it. Speaking of which, Guaning was slightly different from normal generals in the army. He had studied before and had even become a shiozai. It was only because he had no hope of becoming a shiozai that he changed careers and joined the army. Because of his quick thinking and outstanding performance, he was recognized by Kuang Yi and was transferred into the military. It was not difficult for a shiozai to write a battle report. But now, the same thing in his eyes was giving him a headache. He didn't want the emperor and minister Xia to worry, but he couldn't go against his will and report the war. Helpless, Guaning painfully wrote on the white paper that today was peaceful, the 3 armies didn't move, and everything was as usual. After writing this, he called for a personal attendant and had him report it to the relay station. After sitting down, Guaning stood in front of the window and moved his waist, which had not fully recovered from the injury. 7 days ago, after being taught a lesson by Beta Persei, he endured the pain in his waist and returned to the palace. Then, he lay in bed for 3 days. Even the battle report was written on the bed. After 3 days, he could get out of bed and walk. He had been looking forward to Yang Qindong's next move. But after waiting for another 4 days, there was still no movement. Gradually, his heart, which had been calmed by Yang Qindong's words, became restless again. Standing in front of the window and thinking about what Yang Qindong had said to him, Guan Ying's expression became more and more confused. He admitted that after being taught a lesson that day, Yang Qindong's words were not wrong. Since it was a military secret, the more confidential it was, the better. After all, Guangdong had lost 5 major cities in a row. If one were to say that there were no bandit spies in the government, even he himself would not believe it. Chapter 362. However, if it was just to prevent spies from eavesdropping on military intelligence, would he still be able to win this battle if he didn't move? Could it be that Yang Qindong came here just for fun? Or did he really have a card up his sleeve and already made all kinds of arrangements? When he thought about how the great Ming dynasty's army, other than the Canton 1,000 guards brought by Liu Youfu, who was still in Ganzhou, the rest of the great Ming dynasty's army had been sent out, and many of the mercenaries had also been sent out, he felt a little relieved. Perhaps this Duke of Loyalty had already made arrangements. Guaning was still comforting himself. He thought that since Yang Qindong was able to stay so calmly in Ganzhou, he must have made some preparations. Just as he was thinking, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the study. Then, an attendant's voice sounded, "General, Liu Youfu is here. He said he has important military intelligence and must see you." Important military intelligence? Hearing this, Guan Ying's expression became tense. "Okay, I'll go over right now." In the main hall of the Guan residence, Guaning saw Liu Youfu, who was burning with anxiety. "Liu Youfu, why are you so anxious? Has Lady Jia's 500,000 taels of silver arrived?" The reason why Guaning brought up the matter of the 500,000 taels of silver was because the imperial envoy's manor had let out word that when Jia Shi's silver arrived, he would only receive guests. Otherwise, even if the sky fell, he was not to be disturbed. Guaning naturally didn't believe this statement. Once there was a military emergency, if Yang Qindong still didn't do anything, it would be a major dereliction of duty. At that time, his position as imperial envoy would be removed. Not only that, but the emperor and minister Quang probably wouldn't let him off easily. However, even though he knew that this was just an excuse, Guaning still hoped that this matter could be settled as soon as possible. After all, once the matter was settled, Yang Qindong would have no reason to refuse to see them. He could also fulfill his duty and urge them to hurry up. "General Guan, it's not that Lady Jia's silver has arrived. I've already urged them there." Instead, news came from Zhaoqing residence. The bandit leader Huang Yuliang has already brought 80,000 soldiers to the Guangzhou residence. The situation is critical. Liu Youfu said with an anxious expression. "There's such a thing. When did it happen?" This was the first time Guaning had heard of such a thing. He couldn't help but ask with some doubt. "It can't be wrong. This was sent back by the spies I've planted among the bandits. I'm sure the official report will be sent over soon," Liu Youfu said firmly. Since the rebels were able to plant informants in the government, Liu Youfu, as the Guangdong political commissioner, planting an informant in the other party was a reasonable matter. Guaning no longer doubted this point. Instead, he nodded, "This is an important matter. How about this, I will have to trouble Sir Liu to go with me to see the imperial envoy." Of course, of course." Liu Youfu nodded. This time, he came to persuade Guaning to meet Yang Qindong with him. 7 days ago, General Guan had barged into the residence of the imperial envoy and was subsequently beaten. He had long heard the news. Guaning was Minister Kuang Ye's favorite. If Yang Qindong could beat up such a person, he really didn't have the guts to break into the mansion. Guaning agreed. After having a companion, Liu Youfu also had some confidence. Immediately, the two of them left the manor together and headed straight for Yang Qindong's residence. The two of them, one on a horse and one in a sedan, quickly arrived outside the temporary Yang manor in the city. However, without any surprise, they were met with a closed door. Yang Wu, who was guarding the door, stopped the two of them. When he heard them say that they had important battle reports to report, he shook his head. "Sirs, I am truly sorry. You know the Duke's temper. Since he said that before Jia Shi's silver is delivered, no one is allowed to come and disturb him. Even if the sky falls, he won't see you. Brother, please report. This is indeed an urgent military situation. If something happens, I'm afraid you won't be able to take responsibility." Liu Youfu saw that even a doorman could stop him. He was unhappy in his heart and spoke with a threatening tone. "There's nothing I can't take responsibility for. Since the Duke asked me to guard the door, I must abide by the rules set. Please return." Yang Wu was not angry at Liu Youfu's words. On the contrary, he said this with a smile on his face. However, this smile, at this moment, seemed to be asking for a beating. Liu Youfu didn't have any good ideas. He could only look at Guanyin for help, hoping that he would speak up. If it really didn't work, he would try to break in. However, Guanying's performance was truly disappointing. Seeing that Yang Wu was blocking him, he simply turned around and left. Only then did his voice travel out, "All right, if possible, please inform the Imperial Envoy that the Jia's silver will arrive very soon. However, the front line is indeed in a state of emergency. If something really happens to the Guangzhou prefecture, I'm afraid no one will be able to bear such a responsibility. Take care, I won't see you out." Yang Wu acted as if he didn't hear Guanying's words and was still smiling. Then, his gaze fell on Liu Youfu and pretended to be puzzled. It was as if he was asking, "What's wrong? Is this lord not leaving?" Humph. Liu Youfu saw the meaning in Yang Wu's eyes and left angrily with a flick of his sleeve. No matter what, he was still Guangdong's chief political envoy, a second-grade official in the imperial court, and an existence similar to that of a feudal official. Who would normally dare to give him such a look? However, considering that Yang Qindong's methods were a little too rough, he didn't have the guts to barge in. He could only resentfully chase after Guanying, who was about to leave. "General Guan, are we not going to report this matter to the imperial envoy?" "Don't report it first. Let's think of a way to send Jia Shi's silver over first." Guanying lightly shook his head. Then, he turned around to look at the Yang manor and left. He had already decided that when he returned, he would write a battle report against Yang Qindong. Inside the Yang manor. After Yang Wu sent off Guanying and Liu Youfu, he came here. When he saw Yang Qindong, he reported everything that happened outside. "Good, I got it. You did well." Yang Qindong first smiled and then said with satisfaction. After Yang Wu left happily, he looked at Yang San, who was in the study, and said, "It seems that they also arranged spies among the bandits. The news is actually not much later than ours." "Yes, it should be Liu Youfu's doing. It seems that this person is not muddle-headed." Yang San nodded in agreement. Just 2 hours ago, he had already received a report from his spies among the bandits and immediately reported it to Yang Qindong. This was also why Yang Qindong dared to refuse Liu Youfu and Guanying's visit even though he knew that they had a military report. It's just that they are not muddle-headed. They have limited military strength and limited military resources. Even if they want to do something, there are inevitably too many people holding them back. In the end, it's still difficult to stretch out their hands and feet. Yang Qindong commented on Liu Youfu's weakness, or it could be said that it was the weakness of the entire southern Ming dynasty. No one would believe that the dignified great Ming dynasty did not have any talents. It was just that because of the restrictions of the environment, it was difficult for people with abilities to stretch out their hands and feet. It was just like how if a young person did not experience some hardships and enough experience, how could they be entrusted with important tasks? When they really made a name for themselves, they would probably already be an old person. At that time, the edges of struggle would have been smoothed out, and their will would not be as high. They would naturally learn the principle of subservience. When a young person wanted to stand out, they would also habitually suppress them. This was a kind of cycle. In this way, each generation was worse than the previous. The dynasty would naturally decline more and more, and it would not be far from a change of dynasty. Sighing that the great Ming dynasty was going downhill from prosperity, Yang San, who was standing on the side, said carefully, "Young master, we found some unexpected circumstances regarding Miss Su's matter." "Unexpected circumstances? Tell me." Yang Qindong's interest was piqued. He had always been curious about why Su Maner would appear by his side. Since she was the #1 courtesan by the Qinhuai River, she naturally did not lack money. If she was willing, it would not be difficult for her to marry into a noble or minister's family as a concubine. However, she just had to appear by his side and did not seem to want to leave. Why exactly was this? Through observation, Yang Qindong discovered that the other party did not worship him much. This could be felt from the first time they met. If it was not worship, it was even more illogical for him to act like this. This was why he ordered the Security Bureau to investigate this woman's background properly. He even emphasized that they had to start from her background and the people she came into contact with. Yes. Yang San first nodded in agreement, then said in a very careful voice, "Young master, according to your instructions, we first started from Miss Su's background. It was from there that we found out the difference. Although there were many rumors about her background, we finally found out that Miss Su actually came from an official's family. Her grandfather was once the left assistant minister of the Nanjing 6th Ministry of Rites. His surname was Su and his name was Cheng. He was extremely talented." Su Cheng. Recalling this name in his mind, Yang Qindong nodded, "That's right. I know this person Su Cheng. He is indeed talented. He was even praised by Zhu Di, the founder of the Ming dynasty." "That's right. We also found out that this Su Cheng originally wanted to be transferred from Nanjing to Beijing to be an official. However, perhaps because his performance was too stunning, not long after, he was found guilty of bribery and corruption. Not long after, he died in prison. Then, his family was sent away. Miss Su was in this family. However, her luck was not bad. At that time, she was not in the Su residence but in the countryside. Thus, she avoided disaster." "That's right, the person who accused Su Cheng at that time was the current Minister of Rites of the Southern Ming dynasty, Lu De." "Lu De. Interesting." When he heard this, Yang Qindong's lips curled into a smile. Chapter 363. That's all we've found out for now. After all, Lu De is now the Minister of Rites. He has a high position and is not easy to investigate. Our people will make the best use of the time. Young master, please wait for a while." Seeing that Yang Qindong was satisfied, Yang Sen heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yang Qindong did not mention Su Maner's matter, he definitely placed great importance on it. Otherwise, this girl would not have been able to stay in the Yang residence. This also put a lot of pressure on Yang San. However, when the matter reached Lu De, it stopped. Firstly, it was because the other party had a lot of power. If they were not careful, they might be targeted. Secondly, it had been so many years. Many things had changed. It would be very difficult to investigate. The two difficulties were very small. Only then did Yang Sen feel a huge increase in pressure. And, this matter is indeed not easy to investigate. However, it still needs to be investigated as soon as possible. How about this, give 100,000 taels of silver to the Nanjing branch and let them get to the bottom of this matter. Yang Qindong understood Yang San's difficulty. However, the Security Bureau was supposed to do things that others could not do. As long as the investment was huge, it was believed that anything could be uncovered. Not to mention, Su Cheng was the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites. That was a third-rank official. It was not something that could be done with just one or two people working together. As long as they put in the effort, they should be able to find some clues. Adding on 100,000 taels of silver, it was enough to see how important this matter was to Yang Qindong. Yang San nodded heavily. "Young master, don't worry. I will arrange it now and strive for an early result." Guaning and Lu Youfu returned after hitting a wall. After the two of them discussed, they decided to take a roundabout approach. They thought of a way to settle the Jia family's matter first. This way, Yang Qindong would not be able to find an excuse to not meet them. Lu Youfu was anxious. He gave the order and naturally had his trusted subordinates to handle this matter. In order to protect themselves, the Jia family did not have the protection of an official like Jia Ping. When Lu Youfu's pressure came, they could only be at his mercy. Speaking of which, the Jia family in Guangdong was considered a large family, but their main focus was on business. In the Great Ming dynasty, the status of merchants had never been high. They were like a piece of fat meat that anyone with power could take a bite out of at any time. They clearly saw this weakness, so they worked hard to cultivate talents. That was why they had Jia Ping as a general. Although he was only a fourth-grade military officer, he was still considered a member of the bureaucracy. When he did some things, he had some confidence. Unfortunately, this confidence was destroyed by Yang Qindong's appearance as an example to others. After the Jia clan lost their backing and Lu Youfu's pressure, they quickly gave in. The 500,000 taels of silver were delivered to Gan province in just 5 days. When the silver finally arrived, Lu Youfu excitedly called Guaning to go with him to the Yang residence. They wanted to see what excuse the imperial envoy would have to not see them this time. To their surprise, when they appeared in front of the Yang mansion with their personal attendants, Yang Wu, who they had seen last time, had a beaming smile on his face. He even opened the mansion's doors wide and welcomed them warmly. Humph. Seeing this reality, Lu Youfu couldn't help but lightly snort. Then, he and Guaning walked into the Yang residence and arrived at the main hall. Not long after, Yang Qindong walked in under the protection of Tiger's mane and Beta Persei. As soon as he entered, he smiled and cupped his hands. 1 tael of silver is not bad. This matter has truly been hard on the two of you. Yang Qindong had once served as the Northern Ming's General of Agile Cavalry, which was a second-rank military official position. He himself was also a loyal Duke of the Great Ming. In addition, he was currently serving as an imperial envoy. When he was this polite, the two people had no choice but to promptly stand up and cup their fists to return the greeting. Imperial Envoy Darren is too polite. Please take a seat, please take a seat. Alas, when it comes to silver, this imperial envoy is also very helpless. I'm afraid you also know that this time, we came to Guangdong on the emperor's orders to quell the rebellion. The national treasury did not give us a single tael of silver. It's said that before the 3 armies move, the provisions move first. What should this imperial envoy do? Fortunately, Qiao Shangshu was there to help. After reporting to the emperor, the imperial edict allowed them to raise their own silver taels. Moreover, he also said that anything related to the rebel army could be taken away as well. This was indeed the emperor's boundless benevolence, showing compassion for the people of our generation. Although Jia Ping is a general of the Great Ming, he was defeated at the hands of the rebel army and lost a city. This can be considered a heinous crime. You two won't have any objections to taking 500,000 taels of silver from him, right? It seemed like an explanation, but in reality, Yang Qindong was using these words to tell Lu Youfu and Guaning that he had an imperial edict to follow for taking the silver. Even if they objected, they could not do anything. Furthermore, in the future, this kind of thing could happen at any time. When Lu Youfu and Guaning heard this, how could they not understand? In their hearts, they did not like Yang Qindong's greed. However, when they thought about the current crisis of the war, it was not the time to talk about this. As long as they could quell the rebels, what was wrong with letting him take advantage of them? Immediately, the two of them cupped their hands expressionlessly. They stood and said, Imperial Envoy Darren is joking. Since the Emperor has allowed it, we will do our best to cooperate. Good, good. With the two of you saying these words, this Imperial Envoy's heart can be at ease. Oh, that's right, the two of you probably didn't come just to give me silver, right? Is there anything else? Yang Qindong's face carried a smile, and his attitude became warmer as he spoke. Finally, they could talk about the main topic. Lu Youfu, who had been unable to restrain himself for a long time, stood up 3 times and cupped his hands to say, Imperial Envoy Darren, the Yellow Bandit Army has already moved from Zhaoqing Manor to Guangzhou Manor. Currently, they have surrounded the city and are attacking the city. The situation is truly critical. I ask Imperial Envoy Darren to quickly dispatch troops to relieve the siege of Guangzhou. That's right, Guangzhou Manor is in imminent danger. Does the Imperial Envoy have any plans to deal with it? Guaning also stood up and asked with a hidden meaning in his words. In regards to Yang Qindong's lack of action these days, Guaning had already reached his limit. In his opinion, this person who was rumored to have the military god's nickname did not have the ability to strategize like he thought. He only knew how to listen to music and watch dances every day. He completely had the image of a young master who enjoyed himself. He really couldn't understand why Huang Shangshu had chosen him in the beginning. Guangzhou Manor had already been surrounded for a few days. He wanted to see how this situation was resolved. If it couldn't be resolved, how could he explain it to his superiors? Lu Youfu was Guangdong's political envoy, and had just been appointed. He was worried about his position and future, so he spoke with a pleading tone. Guaning was the representative of the Ministry of War. He was more concerned about the overall situation. Therefore, he was somewhat disappointed with Yang Qindong. When he spoke, it was more of a questioning tone. When these two different attitudes were put pressure on Yang Chen, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat oppressive. Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei, who were standing behind him, were the first to react. They stared fiercely at the two people who were speaking with a pair of tiger eyes. Looking at them, it seemed that once Yang Qindong gave the order, they would fight. The atmosphere suddenly solidified, and Lu Youfu's heart became cold. He felt that Tiger's Mane's gaze had been fixed on him, like a dormant poisonous snake. It seemed that at any time, he could jump up and attack him. He couldn't help but feel some regret. If he had known earlier, he would have brought two of his personal guards in. If he had truly angered the capricious imperial envoy, at least he would have had room to maneuver. Guaning, on the other hand, felt Beta Persei's gaze fiercely staring at him, so he also glared back. Although they had already exchanged blows and he knew that he was not the other party's opponent, a soldier could be killed but not humiliated. This time, even if he was going to be killed here, he couldn't have the slightest timidity. He was an official of the Southern Ming Empire, and he was a general. How could he shrink back because of fear of the enemy? The four gazes were different. Because of these variables, there was an additional trace of murderous intent in the air. The entire room became extremely quiet because of this. All this until Yang Qindong spoke again. Oh. Could it be that the city of Guangzhou has already been breached? Lu Youfu didn't know why Yang Qindong asked this, but out of truth, he still shook his head and said, "No, the commander of the Guangdong Guards, General Ma Wei, is currently leading troops to defend the city. It hasn't been breached yet." "Since it hasn't been breached, why are you so nervous?" Yang Qindong's sudden rhetorical question made it seem like he was stating something. This caused Lu Youfu to be stunned. Yes, the city hasn't been breached yet. Why are Guaning and I so pressuring? Guaning also became uneasy because of these words. Then, he suddenly thought of something. The original questioning in his eyes retreated a lot, and he asked in a consulting manner, "Please teach me, Imperial Envoy." "Teach you? There's nothing to teach. The truth is placed in front of us. Previously, when I sent Commander Ma Wei back to Guangzhou, I told him that once the yellow bandits attack the city, he must defend the city for 10 days. Once the time is up, he can abandon the city and leave. All of the responsibility will be on me. Presumably, it hasn't been 10 days yet." Yang Qindong looked at Guaning and spoke in a rhetorical manner. No, it's only been 4 days until today." Guaning reported the truth. "It's only been 4 days, so there are still 6 days. Yes, if we go straight from Ganzhou to Guangzhou, 6 days is enough. There's still time. How about this, tonight the two of you will stay in the Yang Manor for a family feast. Tomorrow morning, our army will depart from here toward Guangzhou. How about that?" Yang Qindong's expression was full of confidence. It seemed like he was consulting, but it was more like he was informing. After saying this, he didn't wait for Lu Youfu and Guaning to reply. Instead, he turned to Tiger's Mane behind him and said, "Go, inform the two madams to arrange a family feast. Also, inform Miss Su to prepare a song and dance. Tonight, I will be entertaining important guests." Chapter 364. In the face of a great enemy, no one would be in the mood to attend the banquet. However, considering that this was Yang Qindong's kindness, they could use this opportunity to ease the tension between the two sides. They could also test the other party's thoughts and preparations. After looking at each other, they cupped their fists and replied, "Then we will have to trouble the imperial envoy." "Ah, no trouble, no trouble. Please be punctual for the banquet tonight. Now, you can go back and make the arrangements. Tomorrow morning, we will leave Guangzhou and depart for the Guangzhou prefecture." Yang Qindong laughed loudly as if the matter had already been resolved. No matter what, they could finally send out their troops. When Lu Youfu and Guaning left the Yang manor, there was a hint of joy on their faces. However, when the two returned to the Guangzhou Yamen and prepared to mobilize the troops and make preparations for war, they sadly realized that they only had 1,000 guards to mobilize. In other words, they only had 1,000 soldiers that could go to war. Although there was 1,000 guards outside the Guangzhou prefecture that was responsible for security, they could still mobilize them with their identities. However, if they mobilized them, how would they deal with the Guangzhou prefecture when it was in danger? For a moment, the two could not help but worry. According to the battle report from the front lines, the Yellow Bandit army had 80,000 men. This was not all of their military strength. There were also large armies causing trouble in other places. Although General Ma Wei was in the Guangzhou prefecture, there was a Guangdong guard and 1,000 guards, with a total of 7,000 soldiers. It was already difficult to defend the city. It was impossible for them to go out of the city and counterattack. In this case, what could they do with the 1,000 men in their hands? Feeling that they did not have enough military strength, Lu Youfu looked at Guaning, who was following beside him, and asked, "General Guan, do you know where the soldiers from the Pingyue prefecture and Shaozhou prefecture went?" "I don't know." Guaning shook his head and said straightforwardly. He had asked Yang Qindong about this before and was dismissed with a casual sentence of military secrets. "I don't know." This answer clearly made Lu Youfu unhappy. However, Guaning was sent by the Ministry of War. Although Guan Ying's position was not as high as his, he was not his subordinate. He could not casually reprimand him. Even if he had anger in his heart, he could not vent it. "It seems that I can only ask the imperial envoy during the banquet tonight. Sigh, it's impossible to do anything with just this 1,000 guards institute. Even if we throw them onto the battlefield, I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything." Lu Youfu could not be blamed for shaking his head. What he knew was that although the Yellow Bandits' combat power was average, they would not be a match for the Ming army even if they were to fight one-on-one. However, the difference between 1,000 and 80,000 was too great. He had no chance of winning at all. The two of them, who were originally in a good mood, thus dissipated. They only went about official business and called the 1,000-man commander of the 1,000 Guards Institute over. After making arrangements for the army to depart for Guangzhou tomorrow, they began to look forward to the banquet in the evening. The moonlight tonight was quite good. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire earth. It was as if the world was covered with a layer of mysterious white veil. When the hour of the 5 arrived, Lu Youfu sat in a sedan chair, Guaning rode a horse. The two groups arrived in front of the Yang mansion. Red lanterns were hung high in the air, creating a festive atmosphere. The two of them, who had something on their minds, were not in the mood to look at the scenery. With dark faces, they were led by Yang Wu to the banquet hall of the Yang mansion. Yang Qindong did not put on any airs. He had already taken his 2 wives to sit at the banquet. The only difference was that Hu Yan and Lady Shui's faces were covered with a veil. This was also due to the system of the time. It was not easy for women to appear in public. "Come, Sir Lu, General Guan, please sit." "Haha, welcome to my family banquet. This time, we will only talk about friendship and not official business." Yang Qindong, with a smile, warmly greeted the two people who came in. However, when he said they could not talk about official business, it was clear that Lu Youfu and Guan Ying's expressions became ugly. After saying this, he did not wait for the other party to reply. He turned his head and smiled. Come, please invite Miss Su. After saying this, he turned his head and said to Lu Youfu and Guanning, Sirs, would you like to listen to a new song I made? Good, good. They were going to go to war tomorrow. The two of them had no intention of offending Yang Qindong. They would go along with what he said first. It would not be too late to find an opportunity to ask about the war later. Su Maner came out. She had a slender waist, an exquisite figure, and exquisite facial features. The moment she appeared, Lu Youfu, who had once seen her from afar, widened his eyes at this moment. He stared at her without blinking. He had to admit that this woman could indeed be said to have a fatal attraction to men. Hu Yan's beauty lay in her quiet elegance. Madame Xue's beauty lay in her enchanting temperament. Su Maner, on the other hand, vividly displayed the gentle side of a woman from Jiangnan's water villages. Each had their own merits and characteristics. A maid had already placed the guzheng. When Su Maner walked over leisurely, she first bowed to Yang Qindong and the others. Then, she pulled up her skirt and sat down. Then, she said in a very pleasant voice, Sirs, I am not talented, but I would like to present Sword and Saber Are Like a Dream. Please appreciate it. After saying this, Su Maner gently raised her arm. Then, her slender fingers landed on the guzheng. A beautiful tune that was like the sound of nature rang out in the courtyard and drilled into the ears of everyone present. The prelude was not very long, but it had already attracted everyone's attention. Yang Qindong had closed his eyes long ago. He had an expression of great enjoyment. Then, the beautiful sound of Su Maner playing and singing by herself rang out in their ears. Where does my sword go? Love and hate, it's hard to be alone. My saber cuts through the sky. Right and wrong, I know but also don't know. I'm drunk, everything is hazy, it was really a good tune and good lyrics. This Sword and Saber Are Like a Dream was very suitable for playing the guzheng. After Yang Qindong listened to all the songs played by Su Maner these few days, he gave her this song. She had long heard that Yang Qindong had the title of Eastern Commander and was extremely talented. Now that she could finally receive a song personally bestowed by him, Su Maner felt as if she had received a treasure. With her talent in this area, the song was completed after just one night. Now that it was sung by her, the woman's voice had a hint of heroism to it, making it even more beautiful. Even Lu Youfu and Guanning were shocked by this song at this moment. They were quickly immersed in it with a look of enjoyment on their faces. Even if they were scholars, they might not be proficient in songs, but they would definitely listen and appreciate them. Now that they heard Sword and Saber Are Like a Dream, they really admired it. Soon, they revealed expressions of enjoyment similar to Yang Qindong's. When the song ended and the sound of the guzheng was still reverberating in the courtyard, the two of them opened their eyes reluctantly. At this moment, Yang Qindong's words were transmitted into their ears. Ha, Miss Su is indeed amazing. I'm afraid that only you can perform this song so wonderfully. All of this is thanks to the Emperor's grace, allowing Miss Su to come to this imperial envoy's side. Su Maner, who originally had a humble expression, had to reveal an expression of guilt. But when she suddenly heard Yang Qindong's words, her expression tensed up and a hint of panic flashed across her face. The Emperor? Lu Youfu was listening enthusiastically. Suddenly, when he heard Yang Qindong mention the Emperor, his face was filled with confusion. On the other hand, Guan Ying's expression was extremely normal. It was obvious that he had already known about this matter. Noticing Lu Youfu's shocked expression, Yang Qindong smiled and said, Lord Lu, it's like this. This time, the Emperor appointed me as an imperial envoy to quell the rebels in Guangdong. Because he considered that I am young and impetuous, he was afraid that I would be too lonely on the road and wouldn't be able to find anything fun. Thus, he invited Miss Su to accompany me. Sigh, this heart of sympathy really makes this subject feel fearful. So that's how it is. The Emperor's imperial favor to the imperial envoy is truly enviable, truly enviable. Lu Youfu nodded his head as if he had just realized something. Then, he said a few flattering words. These words naturally caused Yang Qindong's expression to become complacent. However, what made people disappointed was that Su Maner suddenly stood up and bowed. "Three sirs, I am truly sorry. This servant suddenly feels unwell. Please excuse me." Her bashful appearance gave people a feeling of pity. How could such a request not be allowed? Yang Qindong immediately nodded his head and said, "Since you are feeling unwell, you should go and rest. I believe that the two sirs won't blame you." Of course, of course. We still have to thank Miss Su for bringing us such beautiful music. Lu Youfu immediately expressed his position. From his point of view, this was clearly Yang Qindong exposing everything. No matter what, Su Maner was still a girl. Of course, she would feel embarrassed. Although Guaning didn't say it, he also had the same thought. However, although Yang Qindong had a smile on his face, he was a little more cautious in his heart. He had originally wanted to sound her out. By publicly revealing that Su Maner was sent by the emperor, he also wanted to keep a close eye on this matter. In this way, if she wanted to do anything to him, it would represent Zhu Qizhen's intention. He didn't expect that after this test, this girl would indeed be unable to keep her composure. Although she seemed to want to retreat with a bashful expression, who knew if it was because of a guilty conscience? In any case, the probing this time was effective. Just as Su Maner brought her maid Xiao Yun and turned to leave, Yang Qindong inadvertently glanced at the deputy chief of the security bureau, Yang San, who was hiding in the dark, also left with them. However, because this action was done very discreetly, no one noticed it. "Come, have a taste of this imperial envoy's cooking. Let me tell you, this is something we can't buy even if we spend money on a normal day." Yang Qindong's gaze turned and landed on Lu Youfu and Guaning, looking like a host receiving guests. "Good. I have long heard that the imperial envoy has an expert chef by his side. This time, if I have the chance, I will have a good taste." Lu Youfu immediately said politely. As for whether he believed these words in his heart, that was another matter. Chapter 365. Su Maner brought her maid, Xiao Yun, and quickly returned to her courtyard. After that, Xiao Yun dismissed all the maids who were serving here. When only the master and servant were left, she anxiously said, "Young miss, how did he know that you were sent by the emperor? Could it be that Lord Guaning said it?" "It shouldn't be." At this moment, Su Maner had already regained her calm demeanor. However, her eyes were wrinkled, showing that she indeed had something on her mind. If it wasn't Lord Guan who said it, then who could have told him? Xiao Yun said with a worried expression. She had been by Su Maner's side since she was only 8 years old. Rather than calling her a maid, it would be more appropriate to call her a sister. Usually, the young miss would not hide anything from her. Naturally, she already knew about Su Maner's appearance here and what she wanted to do a while ago. In the beginning, Su Maner had even made the decision to let her leave. However, she was rejected by Xiao Yun. In her words, she and young miss were already as close as family. They should go through thick and thin together. The more important excuse was that once she left, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. Moreover, this matter was caused by the emperor. Without permission, she would not be able to leave even if she wanted to. Su Maner was naturally very touched by Xiao Yun's unwavering loyalty. However, when she thought of the benefits she could obtain after the matter was completed, she finally made up her mind to continue with the matter. However, she felt a little guilty that she might have implicated Xiao Yun. Now, in the face of Xiao Yun's question of who told Yang Qindong that she was sent by the emperor, Su Maner shook her head lightly. Now is not the time to pursue these matters. There is no point in doing so. What's important is how he sees it and whether he will be wary of us. If that's the case, I'm afraid that we will have to be extra careful with our every move. After all, you can see from our interactions these days that he is not simple. He might even be much smarter than we imagined. Although the two of them did not mention who he was, this name had long been understood. Other than Yang Qindong, who else could it be? Thinking of Yang Qindong, thinking of his talent and youth, Xiaoyun couldn't help but be moved as she said, "Miss, do we really have to do that? I think he's quite nice. If we give up on the plan and tell him everything, do you think he'll protect us?" Protect us? After Su Maner heard this, she shook her head. Under the heavens, all lands belong to the emperor. We are just women. We just have some good looks. Who do you think would offend the emperor for us? Besides, it's not like you don't know that I'm not afraid of death. What I want is results. That way, even if I die in the underworld, I can still laugh. On the other hand, if you can't do it, even if you continue to live, what's the difference between you and a walking corpse? As if she had said something sad, Su Maner's eyes revealed a sorrowful expression. Miss, don't think so much. For your peace of mind, we'll just continue to do it. At most, we'll just die together. In the next life, we can still be good sisters. Xiaoyun looked at Su Maner's sad expression and couldn't help but say this. Good sister. Su Maner looked at Xiaoyun with heartache. Then, the two of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. Other than the sound of crying, there was no other movement in the room. A black shadow by the window quietly left without anyone noticing. In the main hall, Lu Youfu and Guaning had eaten quite a lot. The kitchen maid, Yi Qiu'er, had been with Yang Qindong for quite some time. Under various strict requirements, her culinary skills had become better and better. In addition, with the help of various high-quality condiments that she didn't have at that time, the food that she made was indeed extraordinarily delicious. On this point, even Lu Youfu and Guaning couldn't help but be convinced. The two of them also ate quite a lot and drank quite a bit of wine. During the banquet, the two of them had also asked about the war. However, Yang Qindong casually waved his hand. It's fine. There won't be any problems in the Guangzhou prefecture. General Ma Wei has guaranteed that we can hold on for 10 days. You can rest assured. Alright, I said we won't talk about official matters. Come, let's drink. Although he said they wouldn't talk about it, Yang Qindong still gave the two of them a reassuring pill. Regardless of whether his words were trustworthy, since things had already come to this point, even if they had some worries and doubts in their hearts, it was useless. They might as well relax a little and drink while they had the wine. It didn't take long for the three of them to drink quite a lot. When they walked out of the Yang residence, Lu Youfu's body was a little shaky. Yang Qindong also looked like he had drunk too much. He had someone send them out of the residence. Without any outsiders, he quickly regained his calm appearance. This was his residence. The wine he drank had already been replaced with soft drinks. As such, other than feeling a little bloated, how could he be drunk? Since he wasn't drunk, he didn't immediately return to the bedroom to rest. Instead, he went to the study and saw Yang San, who had been waiting for him. When Yang San saw Yang Qindong, he came forward and said nervously and worriedly, "Young master, I heard some things. However, they didn't say much. I just felt that they seemed to want to harm you. What's going on?" Yang Qindong's expression turned a little ugly. It seemed that the worst outcome had happened. Yang San didn't dare to hide anything. He told him everything that he had secretly heard of the conversation between the two girls. Then, he looked at Yang Qindong carefully and waited for the young master's orders. What do you think? Yang Qindong first closed his eyes and transmitted some of the information that he had heard. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at Yang San. Young master, from what I see, these two girls obviously came with the intention to die. Although I don't know what they will choose to do, they definitely want to harm you. Since that's the case, why don't we just capture them and interrogate them? I'm not afraid that they won't tell us their purpose. Yang San made a grabbing motion. No. Yang Qindong rejected. If they really want to harm the young master, and they are here on orders, it won't help even if we capture them. If the mastermind's plan doesn't work, he will definitely come up with another plan. Instead of being on guard, why don't we just keep them and keep an eye on them? Young master, you are right. Since that's the case, I will send people to keep an eye on them. I will also send people to investigate and try to find out the truth. Yang San felt that Yang San's words made sense and nodded in agreement. Yes, it is necessary to investigate. However, if they are really here on orders from the emperor, there won't be many people who know about this matter. If that's the case, it will be very difficult to find out the truth. How about this, make the arrangements. If you can investigate, investigate. If you can't, just let them go. Don't let them be on guard and alert them. Yang Qindong wouldn't underestimate anyone, not to mention Zhu Qizhen. Even if he was the emperor, he should have capable people by his side. Although the spies of the security bureau were very powerful, they couldn't cover everything. He didn't want their actions to cause Zong to be on guard. Not only would they lose their brothers, but they would also change their strategy. Understood. I thank the young master for your concern on behalf of my brothers. Yang San said sincerely with a face full of gratitude. The next morning, the people of the Yang residence packed up their things and left Guangzhou City. They met up with the Cold Front Battalion outside the city. The 1st and 3rd Battalions of the Cold Front Battalion were transferred away one after another. Only the 2nd Battalion and the direct subordinates led by Commander Luo Po were left, totaling 400 people. As for the auxiliary soldiers, 4 battalions were transferred away. There was an ordinary battalion with 300 people and a reinforced battalion with 500 people, totaling up to 800 people. The mercenaries were left with 1,200 people. Lu Youfu and Guaning only had 1,000 soldiers with them. Both sides added up to 2,200 people. Looking at the pitiful number of soldiers, the officials of the Great Ming Dynasty were worried. In their minds, with only 2,000 soldiers, not to mention solving the crisis in Guangzhou, if they were to encounter the yellow bandits, it was unknown whether they would be able to escape alive. Very good, it's enough. On the other hand, Yang Qindong looked at the advancing troops that were constantly passing by and nodded his head in satisfaction. He even jokingly said to Lu Youfu and Guaning who were following beside him, it's good to have fewer people. They are more mobile and can move faster. They don't have to bring so much military supplies and fodder. It saves a lot of trouble. Yes, yes, as the imperial envoy says, it is true. Lu Youfu agreed with a bitter expression. However, in his heart, he thought that the only benefit of fewer people was that once they encountered an enemy, they could escape faster and would not be encumbered. Just as Yang Qindong said, they had more mobility. Regardless of what other people thought, Yang Qindong would not explain anything to them. After seeing the army depart as scheduled, he returned to the luxurious carriage to rest. If he could sit, he would not stand. If he could lie down, he would not sit. Once Yang Qindong entered the carriage, he quickly fell asleep under the care of Hu Yan and Lady Shui. Not long after, there was even the sound of light snoring. Guaning had originally wanted to come over and ask about the plan. He wanted to see what Yang Qindong was going to do next. What did he need him to cooperate with? However, when he arrived at a place not far from the carriage, he heard the snoring sound. His face immediately turned bitter, but at the same time, he began to feel anger in his heart. He even had the impulse to roar and drag Yang Qindong out of the carriage. He wanted to interrogate him on what he was thinking and what he wanted to do. However, all of these thoughts were dispelled when he saw Beta Persei guarding the carriage on a horse. If he did it forcefully, he would be the one to suffer. Of course, he was not afraid of suffering. He was not even afraid of death. However, because he disturbed Yang Qindong's rest and was beaten up, it did not seem worth it. Forget it. When we get to Guangzhou, I'll see what you do. Thinking angrily in his heart, Guaning left to find paper and brush. He wanted to continue writing the battle report. He wanted to report all of Yang Qindong's inaction. He wanted the world to know how lazy this imperial envoy was. He wanted the world to know that the so-called god of war was not worthy of his name. Chapter 366. Under Guan Ying's internal discussion, the group headed straight from Jiangxi's Ganzhou government to Guangzhou's government. Just as Yang Qindong had said, because there were few people, the amount of supplies they brought was also small, so the marching speed of the troops was very fast. The distance of 800 li only became shorter and shorter as they walked. On the first day, the Black and White Army had marched 150 li. Of course, this speed was only possible because Yang Qindong had made preparations early on. There were more carriages with the army. Once a soldier was tired, they could take turns to rest on them. On the first day, they traveled 150 li. After 4 hours of rest, the army continued to move forward. The 300 Ming soldiers who were originally at the front of the army were also replaced. The elite 2nd Battalion of the Cold Front was in charge of the vanguard. Imperial Envoy, you can't go like this. If this continues, everyone will be exhausted before we reach Guangzhou's government. Lu Youfu panted heavily as he jogged to the side of Yang Qindong's carriage. His face was full of grievances. Guaning also followed over. This time, he didn't say anything. With his physical strength, he could still keep up at this speed. Most importantly, he had a warhorse, so it was much easier. Is it very tiring like this? Is it very fast? The curtain of the carriage was lifted. Yang Qindong's face was revealed. However, from the way he spoke, he seemed to be very shocked. Of course it's fast. Imperial Envoy, don't you know that our army's movement speed is usually around 60 li a day? Under the circumstances of rapid marching, 100 li is already the limit. If we travel 150 li a day, people will die. There will be big problems. His figure was already fat. After this torment, he was even more out of breath. Although Lu Youfu had a carriage to sit in, he was used to sitting in a sedan chair. It was very stable and stable, unlike this carriage which swayed back and forth for a day. It was enough to torment him to death. Yang Qindong listened to Lu Youfu's words. His face was full of disbelief. Sir Lu, didn't I already tell the army to bring less supplies? Traveling light should be faster, right? Yes, of course it's faster to travel light. However, it's still too much to travel 150 kilometers a day. Lu Youfu said resolutely. He didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. This was the first time he was so serious about something since he met Yang Qindong. When Yang Qindong saw this determined look, he knew that it would be very difficult to convince this person, so he simply gave up on the idea. Forget it. Since Lord Lu walks so slowly, I'll just stay behind. General Guan, you happen to be here as well. Let's see how many people in the army can't hold on any longer. Let them stay behind and slowly catch up. Of course, if anyone is willing to come with us, you can come with us. After saying this, Yang Qindong entered the carriage, leaving Lu Youfu and Guaning outside. What? What does this mean? Lu Youfu's face was filled with doubt, and even some resentment. He looked at Guaning as if he was complaining. At this moment, Guaning was really angry. If Yang Qindong didn't inform him of the division of the army, he could tolerate it. After all, he was an imperial envoy and the main general. He could tolerate it if the army didn't go to the rescue of the Guangzhou government. After all, he didn't have much power and official position. However, now that the army had set out, Yang Qindong still acted as if he didn't care about the soldiers at all. He couldn't tolerate it when he gave the order to abandon the hall. There was no need to tolerate it anymore. At this moment, Guaning was ready to flip out. However, before he could say anything, the curtain of the carriage was opened again. Yang Qindong had changed into a camouflage military uniform and walked out. Yang Qindong, who was wearing a camouflage military uniform, easily made people's eyes light up. If it was said that wearing a green robe before could show off his scholarly temperament, now that he had changed into the uniform of a mercenary, he was really very heroic. The clothes seemed to be tailor-made for him. They fit him so well. A beret was worn diagonally on his head, making him look like a completely different person at this moment. The carriage will be left behind. I'll have to trouble Sir Lu to take care of it. I will personally follow the army. I don't ask for much. You can follow as fast as I can. How about it? Oh right, General Guan, you won't back out, right? The moment Yang Qindong landed on the ground in his shiny black combat boots, he said this with a calm attitude. Really? Guan Ying's eyes lit up when he heard that Yang Qindong was actually going to set out with the army. There's no joking in the army. Of course it's true. Ha, I'll go first. Follow me. Amidst the laughter, Yang Qindong had already started walking. Beside him, Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei and the others followed. Only Tai Qingyi, a few female soldiers, and a squad of Ling Feng soldiers were left beside the carriage. The imperial envoy was going to follow the army and walk at the very front. The requirement was that the army's speed was the same as his. When this news spread, it immediately caused a commotion. Some of the Ming soldiers who were originally thinking about whether or not to stay in the rear were all energized. During the Ming dynasty, the status of soldiers was not very high. In particular, soldiers were considered a lower class. However, compared to ordinary people, they had an advantage, which was that they could achieve military merits on the battlefield. Once they achieved military merits, they could be promoted from a soldier to an official and walk on the path of the sun. Therefore, once a war appeared and there was a chance to win, most soldiers would not think of giving up. They originally thought that with so few people and in such a state, would it be possible to win the battle after rushing to Guangzhou House? If they could not win, then it was better to stay in the rear. At least they could escape if the situation turned bad. However, when they heard that the imperial envoy was going to follow them and that he was going to use his walking speed as a benchmark, everyone became excited. In their eyes, the so-called Lord was mostly an embroidered pillow. If he wasn't born well, then he was well educated. Compared to marching and fighting, he was naturally not a match for them. Now, this young imperial envoy actually wanted to lead an army. Who was he looking down on? This also stirred up the competitive spirit of the Ming soldiers. They decided to use reality to give this imperial envoy a slap in the face and let him know that a true march was not something that could be measured by pointing and drawing on a map. The Ming soldiers became excited because of Yang Qindong's words. The 1,200 soldiers of the Ling Feng and auxiliary soldiers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. All of them were glowing. All the soldiers who had truly joined the Ling Feng knew that the imperial envoy was the sixth young master. He was their idol. Just being able to fight side by side with the sixth young master in this battle was enough for them to brag about when they went back, much less being able to walk side by side with the sixth young master. How proud was that? All of them were endlessly excited and wanted to use this opportunity to perform well. Other than the officers, the normal soldiers did not know Yang Qindong's true identity. However, the higher-ups had sent word that as long as they followed this imperial envoy and performed well, they would have a higher chance of entering the Ling Feng. This was something they had dreamed of. Since they had the chance, who would be willing to fall behind? They were also holding back their energy and wanted to perform well. There were also some auxiliary soldiers who thought their strength was not bad and wanted to use this opportunity to wrestle with the Ling Feng to see who could walk better, who could walk faster, and who could last longer. They walked and competed. Under this kind of atmosphere, the soldiers became unprecedentedly excited. When Yang Qindong, who was wearing the same camouflage uniform as the Ling Feng, appeared in front of everyone and walked to the very front of the Ling Feng battalion, the entire troop was in an uproar. Guaning followed beside Yang Qindong to the very front of the troop. He also felt that there was something different about the atmosphere, but he only thought that everyone wanted to see the imperial envoy make a fool of himself, so he did not take it to heart. Instead, he seemed to kindly remind Yang Qindong, Lord Imperial Envoy, please do not try to show off. If your stamina is not good enough, remember to say so. The army is still waiting for your command. Don't worry, this Imperial Envoy will not fall. You, on the other hand, must follow closely behind me. If you are left behind, you can find a horse to ride. Don't disgrace the name of the Ministry of War. How could Yang Qindong not know that the other party was looking down on him? He was not afraid of anyone when it came to the art of talking. Not to mention, ever since he became Yang Qindong, he had trained a lot. Usually, when he was at the Yang Manor, he would secretly increase his own strength. Everyone only saw that the sixth young master had run the same distance as everyone else, but they did not know how many sandbags were tied under his legs. Not to mention, in his previous life, Yang Qindong had participated in more than 10 emergency training sessions. Not to mention his speed, even his comrades could display the speed of a human body at critical times. Just like during the Wenchuan earthquake, his comrades had rushed to the earthquake zone at a speed of 200 kilometers a day. However, this was far from his limit. In short, Yang Qindong treated this march as a kind of warm-up training. He had no intention of showing off to others. It was with this thought that he relaxed his body and mind even more. When he rushed on the road, he took large strides and was extremely fast. The group began to move. Yang Qindong walked at the front of the group. Apart from a few cavalry scouts, there was no one else in front of them. There was no one blocking the front. Yang Qindong could display his speed and adjust his breathing at will. He could go fast or slow if he wanted to. It was very comfortable. Yang Qindong was like a pole, walking at the front of the team. At the beginning, he began to speed up again and again. His speed was indeed very fast. He was so fast that after only 3 li, he surprised Guaning. Although he was surprised, Guaning was not worried. Instead, he thought that Yang Qindong was trying to be brave. Even if he really wanted to rush, he should not continue at such a speed. Otherwise, later on, he would not be able to bear it. Even if he rushed to the battlefield in such a state, he would not be able to display the fighting strength he should have. Chapter 367. He wanted to remind Yang Qindong to pay attention to speed and frequency, but he considered that this was the best opportunity to slap him in the face. In the end, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. He wanted to see how long this person could pretend for. Contrary to what Guaning thought, Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, and the others, who had been by Yang Qindong's side for many years, were calm. If it had to be said, they were somewhat surprised. Their calmness came from their belief in the young master's personal strength. Their surprise came from feeling the self-confidence on the young master's body. They even had a feeling that the sixth young master's strength seemed to be even more unfathomable. Yang Qindong, who had just turned 21, was indeed in the best condition of his body. Compared to his previous life where he would inevitably suffer from hidden injuries after completing various missions, he was now completely unscathed. He only seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of strength. At this moment, he only wanted to sweat to his heart's content. Only by doing so could he feel extremely happy and comfortable. Thus, in the eyes of others, Yang Qindong, who was showing off, was just doing normal training. This was just walking. There was no need to run. In his mind, this could not even be considered a rapid march. Even if he could sweat, it would only be a small amount. In order to achieve the goal of sweating a little more while walking, Yang Qindong began to accelerate a few times in succession. This was just to expel more of the impure air in his body. Even if he did not think it was a rapid march, this kind of speed was already very fast in the eyes of others. Only 4 hours had passed, but there were already some Ming soldiers who could not hold on and wanted to fall behind. If it were not for the fact that they wanted to see how long this young imperial envoy could hold on, and this curiosity was too great, there would probably have been more people who could not hold on. He really knows how to act, but he does have some strength. He actually managed to walk at a fast speed for 4 hours. Very good, I want to see how long you can last. Guaning thought to himself. Such a march was actually a challenge for him. In the past, when he was with the army, he always rode a horse. This time, he was not used to using his feet. In addition, Yang Qindong did not give everyone a time to adapt. Instead, he sped up in the eyes of others. This made this brave general feel more or less exhausted. Fortunately, Guaning was young and had a good physique, so it was not impossible for him to hold on for 4 hours. Another 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this process, the team stayed behind for 15 minutes to eat and replenish their nutrition. As the saying goes, one is not afraid of walking slowly, but one is afraid of stopping. Once they stopped, they would feel all sorts of discomfort all over their bodies. It was normal for their backs and legs to ache. There were even some people who could not continue once they stopped and did not have enough time to rest. After 15 minutes of rest, more and more Ming soldiers fell out of the group. They could see that even if this young imperial envoy was showing off, his ability to hold on was not something they could compare to. This person did indeed have some skill. General Guaning also had the same thought. At this moment, he had to admit that this young loyal duke's physical strength was indeed very good. It was so good that even he had to admire it. However, if he admitted defeat like this, he could not. While eating, he was endlessly recovering his strength. He was also wondering whether Yang Qindong would continue to walk or whether he had finished showing off and was preparing to get on the horse. He did not give Guaning much time to think. When Yang Qindong ate, his speed was indeed fast enough. If it was someone who did not know, they would not be able to link the way he ate just now to the imperial envoy. He ate much faster than many people. After drinking water, Yang Qindong closed his eyes and rested. This was a habit he had developed in the past. He could always seize every minute on the battlefield and rest at the first moment. The benefit of this was that under the same level of training, he would have more energy and stamina than others. Sometimes, it was this extra bit that allowed him to become the final victor. When the 15 minutes were up, Yang Qindong quickly opened his eyes and set out on the journey in an easygoing and energetic manner. Moving with him were still Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei, as well as even more Ling Feng and auxiliary soldiers. Compared to the Ming soldiers who were swaying left and right, unable to stand or sit properly, these 1,200 mercenaries still maintained their formation. Although some of them showed signs of fatigue, their energy was still quite good. Especially when the group was about to continue setting out and the commanders of the various battalions and platoons began to shout the order to gather, they moved even more quickly without any intention of dragging their feet. All of this, in Guan Ying's eyes, made his eyes sparkle. At this moment, he more or less felt the strength of the mercenaries. The group continued to move forward. Another 2 hours, 4 hours, 5.5 hours passed. People who had fallen behind began to appear one after another. There were almost no Ming soldiers left, and even among the auxiliary soldiers of the mercenaries, there were people who had fallen behind. On the other hand, the elite Ling Feng battalion did not fall behind, and they were still full of energy. This was the difference between a regular army and an auxiliary soldier. To become a member of the Ling Feng battalion, not only did they have to have a strong political background, they also had excellent military qualities. Even after a few hours of continuous marching, they still held their heads high, looked straight ahead, and strode forward. This march had indeed exceeded their usual training, but it was not as if this had never happened before. In order to train everyone, the Ling Feng battalion would often carry out such field training based on the basic idea of sweating more during normal times and bleeding less during wartime. In comparison, the current situation was nothing. Not to mention, their idol and spiritual pillar, the sixth young master, was walking at the front of the group. Even though the sky was completely dark, the figure holding the torch was still like a beacon, guiding everyone forward with large strides towards the bright and clear road that was filled with a beautiful future. Guaning was tired. Very, very tired. He made a rough calculation. Excluding the 15 minutes of rest while eating, the group had been marching for 20 hours. They had walked for a total of 250 miles, which was close to a day's time. At this time, the sky had begun to brighten, indicating the arrival of a new day. Exhaustion and tiredness made him want to fall to the ground and sleep, but an unyielding spirit persisted in his body. This was perhaps the only motivation for him to persist until now. Everyone rest. You have 15 minutes to eat and drink. If there is someone who needs to relieve himself, please hurry. We will continue in 2 hours. The voice of the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Lengfeng Battalion, Chen Bo, finally rang out. With this shout, the group started to stop moving forward. Then, hundreds of groups disbanded. But even so, there was still not much noise, and no one complained. Some people just went to solve their own problems, and some even took out pieces of meat patties that were warmed by their bodies and wolfed them down. The 1st Lengfeng Battalion and the auxiliary soldiers had brought a lot of meat patties like this before they set off. In the bags behind them, there was enough food for them to eat for a few days. After every rest, they would take out new meat patties from the bags and put them in their clothes. When they waited for the next time to eat, it would be warm again. The benefit of this was that it could save time to eat. Most of the time, if you could save a minute here, you would have a higher chance of winning on the battlefield. 3 large meat patties were also stuffed into Guan Ying's hands. He was indeed hungry and extremely sleepy, but for some reason, he did not immediately go to eat. Instead, he began to pant heavily. He knew clearly that after 2 hours, he would not have the strength to continue walking. How are you? Tired, right? At some unknown time, Yang Qindong's voice rang out by his ear. This made Guaning, who had just closed his eyes and almost fallen asleep, forcefully pull himself awake. Ha, that's right. I'm really tired. Lord Imperial Envoy, I really didn't think that you would be so powerful when you walk. I've indeed underestimated you before. I apologize to you. Guan Ying's words fell into Yang Qindong's ears and made him laugh out loud. General Guan, you have already done very well. At least compared to the other Ming soldiers, for you to be able to persist until now is already very impressive. I am also very impressed. Ha! Guaning, who gave a bitter smile, felt a sense of shame. He thought of how he had wanted to see the other party make a fool of himself a day ago. Only now did he know how arrogant he had been at that time. This also perfectly explained the phrase, there would always be someone stronger in the strong. In the future, he would not dare to underestimate anyone like this. Guaning even found it difficult to speak. Yang Qindong knew that the other party's physical strength had probably reached its limit, so he said with concern, you should stay and rest for a while. If possible, after you wake up, organize the remaining soldiers and have them make meat pies. In this kind of weather, the meat pies can't be stored for long. That's right, when you make the meat pies, you can't have too little meat. It has to be the kind of meat that has a bite and is very chewy. As for how much silver I spent, I'll give it all to you later. In short, we can't treat these soldiers unfairly. Are there any problems with completing this mission? No problem, Guaning said with a solemn vow and a tone of guarantee. He did not know that at this moment, he was very much like Yang Qindong's subordinate. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. Rest well, ha. After Yang Qindong finished speaking, he patted Guan Ying's shoulder and stood up. It looked like he was going to walk around and take a look. This made Guaning couldn't help but ask, Sir, are you not tired? Chapter 368. How can they not be tired? But the soldiers are tired too. They need to be comforted. Sometimes, a general is more like a parent. You must know how to care for your soldiers. Only then will they work harder on the battlefield and bring you more glory. Yang Qindong turned around and said this casually. He then walked toward the other soldiers under the protection of Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, and the others. Guaning slowly closed his eyes as he recalled Yang Qindong's words. He really wanted to comprehend the deeper meaning of this sentence, but he was too sleepy at the moment. He did not have a good rest when he left Ganzhou Prefecture, and after nearly 20 hours of rapid marching, he was already sleepy. After closing his eyes for a few breaths, deep snoring sounds came from his mouth. Yang Qindong did not rest. He was tired, especially a little sleepy. But as a leader, he had to persevere, and he could still persevere. Needless to say, he had already taken a nap when they were marching in the middle of the night. The only difference was that he was sleeping while standing up. This seemed a little inconceivable, but for those who had marched in a hurry, they could only rely on their comrades in the front and back. This kind of sleeping while marching was nothing out of the ordinary. As he walked among the various troops, he merely greeted the 4 companies of the Cold Vanguard Battalion, and it was considered that he had seen them. Yang Qindong was not worried at all about the Cold Vanguard Battalion, who had gone through many tests and used him as their spiritual support. Instead, he was more concerned about the 800 auxiliary battalions. When Yang Qindong arrived at the auxiliary battalions, he was quickly surrounded by platoon and company-level officers. "You guys have worked hard. You guys are also good. Your courage and stamina are not inferior to the Cold Vanguard battalions. This makes me very happy." Yang Qindong praised them as soon as they met. The officers smiled happily and contentedly at this compliment. Those who were able to become officers of the auxiliary troops were those who had strong political ideologies. In fact, many of them had come from the ranks of the Cold Vanguard. If they were trained as officers here, it wouldn't take long for them to return to the Cold Vanguard, and they would be heavily valued. Their future would also be bright. These people naturally knew Yang Qindong's true identity. When they saw the highest leader of Yang Xie praising them, how could they not be happy? After a round of affirmation, Yang Qindong continued to state his expectations. "Tell the soldiers to hold on until we arrive at the Guangzhou Prefecture. We'll take a good rest after we resolve the crisis there. By then, anyone who has an auxiliary soldier who performs meritorious deeds will be given priority to join the Cold Front." This was a promise. With this promise, the officers from the battalion to the company level became excited. Since they were able to become military officers, they naturally had the qualities and conditions to become leaders. In the Cold Front, the evaluation for officers was different from normal soldiers. The evaluation was based on how many merits they could lead the soldiers to, not how many merits they had. This was especially so for the officers of the auxiliary battalion. The proportion of their auxiliary soldiers who met the requirements to join the Cold Front and the relative merits they would receive were also important aspects of the evaluation. Yang Qindong had said that those who made contributions this time would be given priority in entering the Cold Front. That was giving them a head start on their military merits. How could they not be excited? After a short conversation, Yang Qindong left and came under a tree. He leaned against the tree and closed his eyes, quickly recovering his mental and physical strength. However, the auxiliary battalion was already in an uproar. When the various battalion and company-level officers spread his words, many young men who had the ambition to join the Cold Front became excited. In Crimson City, if one were to ask who was the most popular person, it would undoubtedly be the Cold Warrior. Those who could join the Cold Front and become an official soldier could enjoy many benefits. Everyone was envious of them. Just the monthly salary alone was enough to feed a family of 5 and still be wealthy. Those who had a Cold Front soldier at home could enjoy all sorts of benefits even in business and farming, making others envious. Building an army with elite soldiers, waiting for soldiers with generous rewards, strict management of the army, and fair military merits were the standards that Yang Qindong proposed. Under such standards, as long as one had the ability and was able to perform well, one would not have to worry about being robbed of one's military merits. One would not have to worry about being buried, and one would not have to worry about the schemes of one's family or the future. One only needed to train hard and perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield. It was because of such treatment that everyone yearned to join the Cold Front. That was why Yang Qindong had opened his mouth. Everyone was extremely excited. This excitement lasted until the end of the 2-hour break. When the army once again advanced towards the prefecture of Guangzhou, many of the auxiliary soldiers began to speed up. They stuck to the back of the Leng vanguard troops like sticky plasters, bringing immense pressure to the 4 companies of the Leng vanguard that were advancing in front. Young master, there are many good seedlings among the auxiliary soldiers. Tiger's Mane followed Yang Qindong's footsteps with large strides, occasionally turning back to speak excitedly. It's good to have good seedlings. This is our hope. Yang Qindong nodded happily. A fresh army was the hope of an army's future. Only when the army continued to be younger and had a continuous influx of fresh blood, could the army be invincible and win more battles in the future. Tiger's Mane, it seems like these kids still have a lot of energy left. We need to increase the amount. Are you okay with that? Yang Qindong also noticed that the soldiers behind him were moving faster and faster. They even seemed to have the intention of catching up to him. Thus, he was also interested and brought up the matter of increasing the amount. Come on, young master. Tiger's Mane also feels that there is an endless amount of energy in his body. Ha! Me too. Beta Persei chimed in from the side. In fact, this kind of marching did not have much of an advantage for someone of his stature. Because of his height and strength, it was more strenuous to walk. However, this disadvantage did not seem to be reflected on his body at all. Relying on his long legs and large strides, he actually kept half a step behind Yang Qindong without the slightest intention of falling behind. Seeing that the 2 beside him were so excited and unwilling to admit defeat, Yang Qindong laughed heartily. Then, he glanced at the commander of the 2nd Cold Front Regiment, Luo Pe, who was 3 to 4 meters behind him. Commander Luo, do you want to increase the amount? 6th young master, I think it's okay. When Yang Qindong called out his name, Luo Pe was very excited. Although he was considered a high-ranking officer in Yang Xie's army, he did not have much time to interact with Yang Qindong. Now that he could be in close contact with him and have a better opportunity to perform, of course, he would not let go of it. These kids usually have too much energy. Today is a good opportunity to see where their limits are. After receiving Luo Pe's affirmative answer, Yang Qindong laughed and said, Good, since that's the case, let's increase the amount. Let's go. Then, the speed of the troops began to increase. From afar, the troops were like a gust of wind, blowing across the southern land. Below Guangzhou city. Today was the 8th day of the siege. As the capital of Guangdong, the importance of Guangzhou city was self-evident. Once they conquered this place, they could announce the fact that Guangdong had fallen to the outside world. Only then would they be able to better coordinate with King Min Zhuang in Yunnan and achieve his political goals. Huang Yuliang was able to make such a name for himself and have so many subordinates a year after his father and brother passed away. It was all thanks to the changes in the situation. If it was not for King Min Zhuang, Zhu Huixin, causing trouble in Yunnan, even if they did not die, they would only be able to wander around like stray dogs. Huang Yuliang knew the importance of having an ally. Even if he knew that conquering Guangzhou city would likely lead to the southern Ming army surrounding him, he had no choice but to do so. Moreover, when that time came, it was uncertain whether the southern Ming army would still have the strength to deal with him. In the end, conquering Guangzhou city was the most important problem at hand. Once he conquered this place, the other 3 armies under his command would be able to coordinate with each other. At that time, he would truly have the power. However, such an important place had not been conquered even after 8 days of siege. 8 days of siege had far exceeded the initial military plan. Due to the lack of success, the morale of the Yellow Bandit army had been severely affected. As a mixed army that did not have much training and was mostly made up of rebellious civilians, they had a fatal characteristic, which was the problem of morale. If they won the battle, everything would be fine. Especially when the battle went smoothly, they would often be able to display more strength than before. However, at the same time, once the battle became a stalemate, the mixed army would be anxious and each of them would have their own plans. Just like now, when the order was given, the leaders of the so-called rebel army were not as obedient as they were a few days ago. Each of them seemed to be conserving their strength. Regarding this situation, Huang Yuliang even killed a small leader who had a few hundred subordinates who refused to advance, scaring some of them into putting in more effort. However, in front of the tall city walls and the Ming army of Guangzhou City that was desperately defending, their progress was still slow. What is going on? Can we take down Guangzhou City? What is Ma Wei trying to do? If he continues to defend like this, he will not have enough soldiers sooner or later. Does he want to be a general without an army? In the tent, Huang Yuliang was furious. He had a frightening look on his face as he reprimanded the subordinates beside him. Huang Yuliang was furious, and the battle was not going smoothly. The other generals naturally lowered their heads and did not say anything. However, his trusted general, Gung Jun, who was the head of the 4 heavenly kings under Huang Yuliang, stood out. Young master, this Ma Wei is unmoved by force or persuasion. I think he is waiting for reinforcements. We only need to dispel his worries, and Guangzhou City will fall without a fight. Chapter 369. Reinforcements? Where did the reinforcements come from? Huang Yuliang was confused at first. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and said in realization, "Are you talking about the imperial envoy in Jiangxi's Ganzhou?" "Yes." Gung Jun nodded. "Ha ha ha, them. Didn't the news say that they had been hiding in Ganzhou and were afraid to advance? How could they be here for reinforcements? Did Ma Wei's head get kicked by a donkey?" Huang Yuliang laughed loudly. When he talked about Yang Qindong, his face was full of confidence. In his opinion, the imperial envoy and the Duke of Loyalty and Courage who was called the God of War were all jokes that were made up by others. Otherwise, why would they stay in Ganzhou and not dare to come out? In the end, they were still afraid of him. Huang Yuliang was still laughing, but Gung Jun said with a serious face, "Young master, there is news that they have already left Ganzhou and are coming here." The laughter suddenly stopped, and Huang Yuliang's expression became more serious. "What? They have already left? Where are they? How many soldiers and horses are there?" "The news says that there are more than 2,000 of them. As for where they are, there is no news yet." When Gung Jun said this, his expression was no longer as serious as before. Instead, there was a slight smile on his face, and if one looked closely, there was even a hint of mockery. What do you mean?" Huang Yuliang was confused. "General Gung, you're probably saying that although they came from Ganzhou, there are only 2,000 of them. They knew that they wouldn't be able to solve the crisis of Guangzhou Prefecture, so they simply ran away." A young general stood out from the crowd. This person's name was Zhu Fangyong, and he was a force that joined the Huang bandit army later on. He had more than 1,000 young and strong men under his command. He had contributed greatly when they attacked Shaoqing Prefecture and was given the title of general by Huang Yuliang. When Zhu Fangyong said this, Huang Yuliang's laughter sounded again. "That's right, General Zhu is right. They only have 2,000 people, and they want to be enemies with our 80,000 strong army? What a joke, I'm afraid they also know the danger and escaped without a trace." Ha ha ha. Laughter and mockery rang out in the tent. It was clear that everyone had accepted this fact. After the laughter subsided, Huang Yuliang's smile disappeared. Since there are no reinforcements, what is Ma Wei waiting for? Who can tell me? In the face of Huang Yuliang's question, everyone who was originally laughing didn't know what to say for a while, so they simply shut their mouths. In any case, they only cared about fighting. Whenever they had the chance, they would take advantage of the situation. Once they entered the city, they would naturally gain unlimited benefits. No one spoke. Zhu Fangyong, the young general from before, stood up and said, "Young master, from what I see, we probably already know about this news, but Ma Wei doesn't know about it yet. Once he knows about it, he won't be so determined to defend the city." By then, he might abandon Guangzhou Prefecture and leave. Our chance will naturally come. You're right, but General Zhu, how can we let Ma Wei know that the reinforcements won't be coming? Huang Yuliang nodded in agreement. However, he still had a headache on how to solve this problem. Why don't we send someone to talk to Ma Wei in the Guangzhou government? Geng Jun interjected. No. Zhu Fangyong directly rejected the suggestion and shook his head. With our current hostile relationship, even if we say it, I'm afraid they won't believe us. On the contrary, it will weaken our morale. Geng Jun was naturally unhappy that someone dared to reject his suggestion. His tone became a little harsh as he asked, since this method is not feasible, I wonder if General Zhu has any better ideas? It's not that there isn't a way, but I'm afraid it will require General Geng's cooperation. Unexpectedly, Zhu Fangyong actually acted as if he had a solution. How do we cooperate? Geng Jun, who was called out, asked in return. Not only him, but Huang Yuliang and the others were also staring at Zhu Fangyong. It's not difficult. Zhu Fangyong answered straightforwardly. Then, he strode to the map hanging in the tent and pointed in the direction of Gan province behind their army. He said, since Ma Wei is waiting for reinforcements, we can use this as an excuse to lure him to attack first. How do we attack first? Huang Yuliang asked with interest. Let them pretend that reinforcements are coming. For example, we can send out a small group of people to disguise themselves as the Southern Ming Empire's reinforcements. Then, General Geng Jun will lead the troops to resist and retreat while fighting. This will give the impression that our military camp is in chaos. In this way, Ma Wei in the Guangzhou Prefecture will definitely fall for the trap and may come out of the city to provide reinforcements. At that time, we only need to find an opportunity to kill our way into the city. Then, we will succeed. Zhu Fangyong explained his plan in one breath. Then, he stood to the side and did not say much, as if he was waiting for everyone to agree with him. After he finished speaking, the tent was silent for a moment. Then, Huang Yuliang's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, the plan is feasible. However, I don't know why General Geng has to lead the troops. Can't we choose someone else? Someone else can too. However, since it is a fake defeat, we have to make it seem real. When the time comes, it is inevitable that they will set fire to the camp to create momentum. If it were someone else, the army might really be frightened by this battle formation, and there might even be side issues that might arise. Only General Geng is strict in managing the army. If he leads the troops, he will be able to reverse the situation at any time and reduce the losses to the minimum. This is the most perfect plan. Of course, this is only a suggestion. As for how to execute it, it will be up to young master and General Geng to decide. Zhu Fangyong spoke in a very measured manner. His actions did not cause anyone to feel the slightest bit of disgust. Even Geng Jun, who was called out, had a red glow on his face at this moment. He seemed to be enjoying the praise of his strict management of the army. Yes, I think so. General Geng, what do you think? Huang Yuliang nodded in approval. After fully understanding Zhu Fangyong's plan, he had already agreed. He then asked Geng Jun, the person in charge of the plan. How could Geng Jun be afraid when he was valued so highly and faked his defeat? All he had to do was put on a show and he would be able to earn a great merit. This was something that any general among the yellow bandits would be willing to do. He immediately nodded in agreement. Since this is the case, this general will make a trip. Good. Since this is the case, there is no time to lose. Immediately make preparations. We will carry out the fake defeat this evening. Huang Yuliang saw that Geng Jun did not decline and was overjoyed. He immediately made the final decision. The reason why they chose to carry it out at night was because the darkness would block people's vision and make it easier to carry out the plan smoothly. On the Guangzhou City Gate Tower, Ma Wei, dressed in armor and covered in a bloody aura, stood there like a statue. It had already been 8 days. He had defended the city to the death with less than 6,000 soldiers. He felt both mentally and physically exhausted. As one of the 13 guards of the Great Ming Dynasty and the commander of the Guangdong Guards, Ma Wei had truly done his best this time. Even in his military career, the danger of this battle could be ranked at the top. A third of his 6 soldiers had died and a third were injured. Now, there were less than 2,000 people who could stand on the city gate tower and continue to fight. Among them were many bailiffs and constables from the Guangzhou city yamen. Even so, he did not show the slightest intention of abandoning the city. Ma Wei's actions, in the eyes of the other great Ming soldiers, were like the actions of a man of steel. He was like an existence that stabilized the sea. It was because of his perseverance that the yellow bandits were able to break through the city walls a few times but were still forced down in the end. 2 more days, Ma Wei muttered as he stood on the city gate tower. At this moment, no one knew that this iron-blooded general in everyone's eyes was thinking about the parting words the imperial envoy had said to him when he had just left the Guangzhou city. Let me tell you, Ma Wei, this imperial envoy does not care what kind of backing you have or what kind of power you have. The Guangzhou city must hold on for 10 days. If you do it, even if you lose the city in the end, you will not be blamed. Otherwise, just wait for your head to be chopped off. When that time comes, the imperial sword will chop down. The people you rely on will be like distant water that cannot quench the immediate thirst. When you lose your life, you will have nothing left. This was how Yang Qindong threatened him. With the example of Jia Ping being beheaded, Ma Wei had no choice but to lower his head. In order to protect his own life, defending the Guangzhou city for 10 days became Ma Wei's goal. Now that he had defended for 8 days, he was not far from completing his mission. If he held on for 2 more days, he would be able to protect his life. If he really lost the city, others would blame him. Ma Wei was still thinking about how to save his life. What he did not know was that outside the Guangzhou city, behind the Yellow Bandits' army, the true reinforcements, the imperial envoy who had given him a death order, Yang Qindong, had rushed over with his army. After several days of rapid marching, on the 8th day of the Guangzhou city battle, Yang Qindong had arrived with his men. The plan was 1 day faster than before. Being able to walk 800 miles in 3 days was, of course, due to Yang Qindong's role model. When the order was passed down that the auxiliary soldiers who performed well in this battle would be given priority to enter the cold front, the 800 auxiliary soldiers seemed to have changed into another person. It was not an exaggeration to say that their footsteps were as fast as flying. The auxiliary soldiers were working so hard and risking their lives that even the cold front in front of them was under great pressure. They could not be overtaken by the auxiliary soldiers. Otherwise, it would be a blatant slap in the face. In order to fight for this honor and for the glory of the cold front, they began to speed up as if their lives depended on it. Chapter 370. As the leader of the army, Yang Qindong could feel the changes and quickened his pace. Everyone was chasing after each other. In the end, the formation was messed up. The cold vanguard soldiers and the auxiliary soldiers walked together. It was truly a case of, you and me, and you and me, and you and me. Even General Guaning, who was in charge of the food supply behind him, was shocked speechless by the sudden increase in speed. He rode a horse to deliver the food that was prepared by the people behind him. Even so, it took him a long time to catch sight of the auxiliary soldiers at the back. By the time he caught up with Yang Qindong's main force, they were already not far from the Guangzhou government. Seeing that they had traveled more than 300 miles in 1 day, he was truly impressed. Guaning had never seen a mercenary army that could fight a war. However, in terms of marching speed, no Ming army in the world would be a match for them. After a full meal, it was another few hours of rapid marching. The vanguard could already see the Yellow Bandits' main camp. When they arrived, Yang Qindong ordered the entire army to rest and conserve their energy for the next battle. Although he said that it was the entire army, there were less than 800 men who could persevere and follow him to the destination. Almost half of the auxiliary soldiers had fallen behind. The original 800 men had been reduced to 400 men. On the other hand, the Cold Vanguard battalion of 400 men had persevered until now and did not fall behind. From this, it could be seen that the Cold Vanguard was indeed the Cold Vanguard. It was no wonder that they were called the most elite army in the world. It was worth mentioning that some of the auxiliary soldiers had outstanding performances this time. For example, there was a soldier named Peng Yu. He was only 17 years old and had only been in the army for half a year. However, this time, he managed to walk in front of many of the Cold Vanguard soldiers. He was even less than 30 meters away from Yang Qindong. It was learned that Peng Yu was originally a hunter in the mountains. What he did most since he was young was to chase the wild beasts on Little Colored Glass Island. After that, a large number of Ling Feng came to his hometown. No matter how hard they worked, they could not get enough food and clothes to wear. His father, mother, and even a few of his sisters had all gone to work in the factories in Crimson City. Every single one of them would be able to fork out a sizable sum of money at the end of the month. As the only son in the family, he was filled with envy, but at the same time, he was also filled with hope for a beautiful future. Especially when his parents and sisters returned home after work, they would tell him about the beauty of Resin City, the variety of new things, the fairness and harmony between people, and so on. All of these made him curious and yearn for it. Peng Yu, who couldn't stay in the first place, decided to go to Crimson City as well. Moreover, he chose to join the army. This was because he had heard from his sister more than once that there was a team called the Cold Front there. Every one of them was very powerful. This made Peng Yu, who had never been willing to submit to anyone since he was young, greatly yearn for it. He believed that was where the strong resided, and where he should be. In order to join the army, Peng Yu had thought of some excuses. He knew that as the only son in the family, his parents, especially his mother, would have a hard time convincing him. In the past, the Shang dynasty had recruited soldiers more than once, but his parents had hidden him away. From this point, he could tell their attitudes. To Peng Yu's surprise, when he told his parents that he wanted to join the army, especially the Cold Front, no one objected. His mother only muttered to herself for a while before encouraging him, "All right, you is a responsible man. Then go. Since you're going, do your best and work hard to protect the beautiful life we have now. Mother looks forward to the day you become a true Cold Front soldier." His mother's attitude was so good that it made Peng Yu feel that it was unreal. Of course, he didn't know that his mother, who worked in Crimson City, had long been changed by the environment. Especially the publicity team in the city, they would often come out to perform for them. They would also paint slogans on the walls, telling them that a beautiful life came from having strong self-defense skills. They wanted their son to join the Cold Front and become a true warrior. It was a glorious thing to become a true man. In his mother's factory, there were two mothers whose sons joined the army. One joined the Cold Vanguard, and the other became an auxiliary soldier. However, even the mother of the latter held her head high wherever she went with a proud look on her face. Everyone had the desire to compare themselves to others. Peng Yu's mother was naturally envious of her son, especially when she knew that once he joined the army, his treatment would be much better than the sum of their family's income. Moreover, it was glorious for a family to join the army. All these feelings of glory had made her hesitate for a long time, and she was hesitant to let her son join the army. Now that Peng Yu finally brought it up, as his mother, she also felt relieved. An eagle should be released into the sky. Her son had grown up, so it was time for him to go out and explore the world. Thus, Peng Yu signed up and went through the political process. Under the guarantee of his family and neighbors, he became an honorable auxiliary soldier. For outstanding men, being an auxiliary soldier was naturally not their goal. Peng Yu had his eyes on the Cold Front because they were the only ones who could wear the most handsome military uniform and hold the most advanced firearms. Every time such a person appeared in Crimson City, everyone's gaze would involuntarily fall on him. In particular, the eyes of many unmarried ladies would shine as if they had seen a rare treasure. They couldn't help but like him. All of this made Peng Yu even more determined towards his goal. Becoming a true cold front soldier had become his greatest ambition. This time, when Crimson City sent troops to the southern lands of Great Ming, the news that they needed 2,000 auxiliary soldiers spread out. Every single one of them became very valuable. Peng Yu himself had only been in the army for half a year after defeating 6 people in a row on the martial arts field, and had obtained this precious quota. Speaking of which, this was also a display of fairness in Crimson City. As long as you had the ability, you didn't need any qualifications to get a chance to perform. After Peng Yu participated in the battle as an auxiliary soldier, this was the first time he saw Yang Qindong. Although he only saw him from afar, as a hunter who was extremely observant, he still felt that something was different. For example, he saw that when the regiment, battalion and company of the auxiliary soldiers saw the green-clothed young master, their faces were filled with excitement and respect. Even the cold front soldiers, who were usually the most mysterious and aloof in their eyes, had a respectful attitude at this moment. This feeling told him that this young master was not simple. Because even in the entire Crimson City, there were only a handful of people who could make these officers bow their heads, and there was actually one here. After careful observation, Peng Yu only felt that this young master was not simple. All of this came from the orders given by the higher-ups. It was said that the young master had said that whoever performed better in this rapid march would be able to undergo an assessment when they joined the Cold Vanguard in the future. When the order was given, Peng Yu was truly excited. Although he hadn't been in the auxiliary army for long, he was observant enough to find out some things. For example, the Cold Front's assessment was done according to the principle of first come, first served. There would be a few assessments every year, but it was also done according to the order of registration. For example, if he wanted to qualify for the assessment, he would have to wait until next year. Because of this, he had been vexed and regretted that he joined the army too late. But now, the problem was about to be solved. From the moment he received the order, Peng Yu set a goal for himself. He had to perform well and successfully obtain the quota to enter the Cold Front. Throughout the journey, he had always been at the front of the auxiliary army. Later on, in order to create competition, Yang Qindong allowed the Cold Front and the auxiliary army to be mixed up. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities and speed. Peng Yu even took the lead and overtook many veteran members of the Cold Front to arrive behind Yang Qindong. However, this distance of tens of meters was a challenge for Peng Yu. He had always thought that his leg strength would not be worse than anyone else's since he had been walking in the mountains since he was young. However, when he could only follow Yang Qindong's back, he finally understood what it meant to say that there would always be someone stronger than him. Furthermore, there was more than one person in the group. Not a single person was left behind by the green-robed young master's side. He knew clearly how powerful this group was. Perhaps these people were even more powerful than some of the members of the Cold Vanguard group. With this understanding, the group finally arrived at the resting point. Finally, they could rest. Everyone was able to eat a peaceful meal. Then, a strong sense of exhaustion came over them. Soon, everyone fell asleep. Peng Yu was also very tired. Although his leg strength was stronger than most people, it did not mean that he did not know how to feel tired. He did not know how many hours had passed until the squad leader nudged him. Peng Yu, get up quickly. Check your equipment and prepare for battle. Peng Yu, who had not fully woken up, was instantly excited when he heard the squad leader's words. After joining the auxiliary army, other than training, he had never really fought with an opponent. More than once, he had thought about what it would be like when war broke out. How cruel and bloody would it be? How different would it be from the military exercises they usually conducted? Fortunately, he had fought with all kinds of beasts since he was young and had seen the blood of countless beasts, so he was not afraid. On the contrary, he was slightly excited. While the other comrades were being woken up one by one, Peng Yu took this opportunity to search for the green-robed young master's silhouette. With his sharp eyesight, he could see very far even in the dark. Not to mention that he actually found Yang Qindong, it was still a faint shadow from afar. What he saw was Yang Qindong talking to a group of young officers around him. From time to time, he could also see the officers who were usually required to salute when they met nodding their heads. Chapter 371. He should be the commander-in-chief. He's so powerful at such a young age. Who is he? Peng Yu was even more confused about Yang Qindong's mysterious identity. Yang Qindong was indeed surrounded by a few officers. He was currently announcing the battle plan to everyone. Heroes, it's time for you to show off your skills. After a few days of rapid marching, the enemy doesn't know that we're already behind them. This is the foundation and preparation for our surprise attack. Next, we'll give them a good stab in the ass and let them feel the pain in their hearts. Yes, sir. Hearing that the battle was finally about to begin, the officers were eager to give it a try. Originally, when they set out from Crimson City, they already knew that there would be a battle. In order to get a spot in the battle, who knows how many people's heads were broken in private. Only then did they have the chance to shine. Seeing that everyone was excited, Yang Qindong nodded in satisfaction. This was the face of an army of tigers and wolves. If everyone's legs trembled and their bodies went limp at the mention of war, such an army would never be able to win a battle. Alright, now I'll announce the battle plan. In a while, there will be 3 signal flares in the air. That's the signal to launch the final attack. At that time, everyone will attack from all sides. Everyone will be like a steel knife stabbing into the enemy's heart. Cold Front Company 1 and Auxiliary Company 1 will attack from the left flank. Cold Front Company 2 and Auxiliary Company 2 will attack from the right flank. Cold Front Company 3 and Auxiliary Company 3 will attack from the middle. The other 2 companies will wait for an opportunity to react to any unexpected situations. Once the attack is successful, the 8 companies in total can attack on their own. When the time comes, platoons will be the attack unit. Remember, this time, the enemy is large in numbers. Do not act on your own accord. If anyone wants to be a hero, even if they have made a contribution this time, they will still be held accountable for their mistakes. You must make this clear to the soldiers below. Obey orders, obey orders. This is the first lesson for all Cold Front and Auxiliary Company soldiers. 6th Young Master, please rest assured. No one will dare to disobey orders. Cold Front Company 2's commander Luo Po was the first to express his stance. Yes, we will not disappoint the 6th Young Master. Lu Zhua, the commander of the auxiliary troops, also expressed his attitude. Very good. Everyone, go back and prepare. Remember, no one is to act rashly without orders. Also, no one is to stand out. If the army is exposed because of a single person, they will be punished according to military law. Yang Qindong said with a serious face. At the same time, he was a little excited. Speaking of which, this was his first battle in this world. Although there were only 800 soldiers, it was enough for him. The sky had already darkened. The Huang bandits began to move. According to the plan, a small group of bandits would leave the barracks and head to the rear. Then, General Gung Jun would lead his men to make preparations. A total of 5,000 elite soldiers were going to put on a show for General Ma Wei, who was guarding the Guangzhou prefecture. Whether or not they could take over the Guangzhou prefecture tonight would depend entirely on his performance. The high-spirited Heavenly King Gung Jun mounted his warhorse. He wore the shiny armor that he seized. Coupled with his tall body, he looked even more majestic. At this moment, he was waiting for the so-called reinforcements to send the signal. Then, he would first lose and then win. Under Gung Jun's anticipation and Huang Yuliang's anticipation, 1,000 Huang bandits disguised as the Southern Ming reinforcements walked up a hill behind them. According to the previous plan, they needed to rush down the hill with torches. They would take the lead to defeat Gung Jun's troops and create the impression that the Southern Ming reinforcements had won. This way, Ma Wei and the city would be fooled. When they left the city to attack, the Huang bandits would take the opportunity to enter the city and take over the Guangzhou prefecture. The fake reinforcements came up the hillside step by step. In order to hide their strategic goal, they didn't even light torches. As a result, there were always people bumping into each other in the dark and getting some minor injuries, which led to waves of curses. "They're here." Yang Qindong was on the hill. When he saw the bandits rushing over, he knew that Zhu Fangyong's plan had worked. At this point, everyone could definitely see that Zhu Fangyong was a spy that Yang Qindong had planted among the Huang bandits. The original plan was to convince Huang Yuliang to join them. Otherwise, if it didn't work, then they could only attack by force. At that time, with the advanced firearms, they would not be at a disadvantage. The bandits coming up the hill was enough to show that Zhu Fangyong's plan had worked. Since the plan to beat them at their own game had worked, Yang Qindong did not hold back anymore. He knew that the opportunity was here. He immediately ordered Tiger's Mane, who was lying on the ground, send the signal flare. "Everyone, attack." Peng peng peng. 3 different colored signal flare flew into the sky. At this moment, not only did the 800 Yang soldiers on the hill see it clearly, even General Ma Wei who was on the Guangzhou prefecture's city wall saw it clearly. 3 flares. The moment he saw the signal flare into the sky, Ma Wei became excited. This was the signal that Yang Qindong had discussed with him. Once they saw the 3 flares in the sky, it meant that the southern Ming reinforcements had arrived. For safety reasons, Ma Wei did not immediately give the order to attack. Instead, he told the deputy general to gather the troops. Then, he stood on the city wall and closely observed the movements of the bandits below. At the same time, Huang Yuliang also saw the 3 flares. A bad feeling crept into his heart. He was very clear that his army did not have such a weapon. What did it mean? Who fired it? What did it mean? The main force of the southern Ming army was surrounded in the Guangzhou prefecture and could not come out. There were also no scouts who reported that the southern Ming reinforcements had arrived. Who was the one who made such a commotion? Of course, Huang Yuliang didn't know that the scouts he sent out were all wiped out by the Yang faction's new army, abbreviated as Yang Army or Yang Family Army. With firearms that could take a person's life from a few hundred feet away and telescopes that could see very far, how could the scouts of the bandits be a match for them? Often, they did not even see their opponents before they were killed by bullets that came from God knows where. Huang Yuliang did not know what was going on. The Alliance army also did not know what was going on. He was also confused by the 3 flares. However, along the way, his pride of not meeting any opponents made him not take any precautions. Instead, he was still waiting for the fake southern Ming reinforcements to appear so that he could lead his troops to retreat and pretend that they were not a match. After the 3 flares were fired, 3 companies of the Cold Vanguard and 3 auxiliary troops charged out like wild horses. They jumped out of the trenches and charged towards the Huang bandits that were climbing up the mountain. Looking down from above, they were like a hot knife through butter. In addition, they suddenly appeared and caught the enemy off guard. Before the 1,000 Huang bandits could react, arrows flew over like rain. This was the equipment of the auxiliary troops and not the Cold Vanguard. Unless there were special circumstances, they would not use advanced firearms. As such, they could only use crossbows. Fortunately, crossbows were made in the arsenal of Crimson City. In terms of range and accuracy, they were very advanced. The arrows flew over, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. The elite Cold Vanguard finally launched their attack. Under such an attack, most of the Huang bandits did not even see who their opponents were before they fell to the ground dead. The remaining bandits who were lucky enough not to be killed immediately collapsed in an instant. On the battlefield, when the death rate exceeded 20%, there would be signs of collapse. Elite troops would also not exceed 30%. Once this happened, the bandits threw down 300 to 400 corpses. This had already exceeded the maximum ratio of 30%. How could they not collapse? They turned around and ran. At this moment, the bandits who hated their parents for not giving birth to them scrambled down the mountain. Behind them, the distance between the cold vanguard and the auxiliary troops was getting closer and closer. For example, the Yang family army had never slacked off in their night training. This caused everyone to be used to the darkness. Even without using torches, they could clearly see the situation outside and make the most appropriate actions. With night vision, they already had a natural advantage. Adding on the sudden attack and the fact that most of the weapons in their hands were long-range weapons, how could these bandits who were only here to fill their stomachs be compared to them? In just one exchange, they had already established the foundation for victory. One chasing and one escaping unfolded on the mountain slope. Very quickly, it affected the Qing army who was waiting at the foot of the mountain. According to the plan, once they were ambushed, they should pretend that they were not a match for the enemy and run away. In fact, the bigger the commotion, the better. Only then would it be more realistic. Thus, when someone saw a figure rushing down the mountain, they turned around and ran. They did not make any movements to resist. Among the troops, Gung Jun commanded the army to retreat in an orderly manner while cursing. What the hell is going on? Why didn't they light a torch for a sneak attack? How could they let Ma Wei fall for their trap? General, why don't we shout and shout? This way, we won't be afraid that the southern Ming army on the city wall will fall for our trap. One of his subordinates suggested. That's right. That's how it should be. Gung Jun nodded in agreement. Soon after, he had someone announce his order loudly. He rode his warhorse and shouted, "Everyone, raise your torches and shout for this daddy. The louder you shout, the better." Gung Jun personally commanded the middle troops. The shouts of, "Ming army's reinforcements are here, quickly run," were like echoes in the valley. Looking from afar, it really gave people the feeling that they had encountered a sneak attack. Caught off guard, the camp was in chaos. However, as the Yang family army rushed down the mountain, the chaos became more and more realistic. Under the protection of a few of his subordinates, Gung Jun commanded the soldiers under him to create a bigger commotion. Just as he was doing all this, a soldier who ran to his side suddenly fell to the ground. Along with the fall, there was a thick smell of blood that assaulted their noses. Chapter 372. As the leader of the four heavenly kings under Huang Yuliang, Gung Jun was someone who had fought on the battlefield before. He was also quite familiar with the aura of the human body. When he suddenly smelled this aura, his expression froze for a moment before he couldn't help but shout, "What are you doing? It's just an act. Who told you to really kill people?" Just as he finished speaking, the sound of firecrackers being set off rang out. Following this explosion, a personal guard who was standing beside him fell to the ground. He only twitched twice before blood seeped out from his chest. He was no longer breathing. "Ah! You dare to kill this daddy's personal guard? All of you must die." Seeing the guard who had followed him for a long time die in front of him for no reason, Gung Jun couldn't help but shout in anger. "General, the situation isn't right. The situation isn't right." A guard saw his companion being killed and was also very surprised, but his mind was still clear. If it was only a bandit soldier being killed, it could be said that it was a misunderstanding. But now, even the general's personal guard was killed. This was no longer something that could be casually explained with words. Gung Jun naturally felt that the situation wasn't right. They didn't light the torches as planned and rushed down much earlier than planned. What was worse was that the speed of the so-called Southern Ming reinforcements rushing down the mountain was too fast. It was so fast that it seemed like they were going to put their lives on the line. Looking at all these, it didn't seem like an act. As for the reason, Gung Jun didn't know for a moment. However, he had fought with the Southern Ming army several times and concluded a good experience. That was, if the situation wasn't right, escape was the best strategy. Retreat. Quickly retreat with this general. Feeling that the situation was out of his control, Gung Jun felt that his life was in danger. He immediately made the decision to retreat from the battlefield. He had a warhorse under him and presumably, his escape speed would be faster than the others. Having a warhorse would indeed increase one's mobility on the battlefield, but at the same time, it would also make one an easy target in the eyes of others. This was because being able to ride a warhorse often meant that one's status was noble and different. Just like now, when Gung Jun shouted to retreat, he saw a black shadow suddenly fly up. Then, he felt his right eye being hit by a punch. The intense pain caused him to fall from his horse. Then, while he was still angrily enduring the pain in his right eye, he felt his chest tighten, and the strength in his body dissipated. It was the feeling of a blade piercing into his body. Gung Jun had once been injured on the battlefield, and he had felt the same way back then. But this time, the feeling was deeper than the last time. The pain caused him to instantly widen his eyes. Then, in the span of a breath, his widened eyes began to blur. Then, his pupils began to dilate. He could only exhale and no longer inhale. Among the people descending the mountain, Peng Yu's luck was not bad. He was assigned to the auxiliary company of the Middle Army. When the 3 signal flares flew into the air, he followed closely behind the Cold Vanguard Company and rushed out. When he was halfway up the hill, he overtook many of his comrades in the Cold Vanguard Company and rushed to the first echelon. Peng Yu had already made up his mind to perform meritorious deeds. Before the operation, he had already set a goal for himself, which was to kill a famous general among the Yellow Bandits. Only then could he prove that he was different from the others. He had great confidence in Ling Feng. This was the main reason why Peng Yu dared to make such a decision. With such a strong ally by his side, he did not have to worry about whether he would be surrounded if he charged into the enemy camp. Therefore, at this moment, he used his fastest speed to catch up to the first batch of Ling Feng's troops. With such a good view, he saw Gung Jun riding on a horse and looking around. Peng Yu did not know Gung Jun's true identity. However, at first glance, his intuition told him that since Gung Jun could ride a horse, he was not a nameless person. It would not be wrong to kill such a person. With this thought, he gave up on the ordinary yellow bandits in front of him that he could easily kill. Instead, he quickly charged forward and arrived in front of Gung Jun, who was preparing to retreat. Thus, the scene just now occurred. Peng Yu used a short sword that he carried with him to stab into Gung Jun's chest. Blood flowed out and flowed all over his arm. He actually killed General Gung. Quickly kill him. The personal guards saw all of this. When they saw someone wearing a different uniform appear and their general being killed in front of them, how could they not understand that the enemy had arrived? Immediately, they yelled and charged over. Peng Yu, who was lying on the ground, saw the people charging at him with swords drawn. He instinctively let go of the short sword in his hand and raised his right foot to kick at Gung Jun's body. Using the force of the kick, he pushed out horizontally and dodged the swords that were slashing at him. When the attack failed, the personal guards followed. As Gung Jun's personal guards, if the general died and they still couldn't do anything, even if they returned to the camp, they would face heavy punishment and might even lose their lives. For the sake of their own survival, they had to kill this brat who came out of nowhere. He did not have the chance to stand up at all. A few swords slashed at him again. In a hurry, Peng Yu raised his right arm and fired a crossbow. The mechanism moved with a heavy spring, and the arrow that flew out hit the throat of a personal guard, killing another person. However, at the same time, a few swords were in front of him. The closest one was only an arm's length away from his chest. At this moment, Peng Yu's eyes were wide open. No one could be indifferent in the face of death. At this moment, the scene of the wild beast in the mountain being killed by him appeared in his mind. Bang, 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 suddenly, several gunshots rang out. The bandits who were surrounding Peng Yu and were about to attack him fell to the ground. The pressure of death suddenly disappeared. A feeling of rebirth rushed into Peng Yu's heart. "Brother, are you okay?" A large hand reached over and was in front of Peng Yu. The person who came was the battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Regiment of the Cold Front, Chen Bo. He was the one who saw the danger here. When he saw that someone seemed to be attacking an auxiliary soldier, he led a few other Cold Front soldiers to shoot and eliminate the enemy. Seeing that it was the elites of the Cold Front, Peng Yu knew that he was fine. He looked at the 2 bars and 1 star insignia on Chen Bo's shoulder. He immediately reached out his right hand to hold Chen Bo's hand and stood up. "Thank you for your help, Chief. Peng Yu can't thank you enough. Battalion commander, the enemy's leader, Gung Jun, is dead." At this moment, a Cold Front soldier's voice rang out. Then, Gung Jun's still warm body was carried over. Before the battle, all the Cold Front soldiers saw the portraits of the important leaders of the Yellow Bandit Army. Naturally, this included the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Gung Jun. That was how the Cold Front soldiers recognized him. When the body was brought in front of him, Chen Bo examined it carefully. It was indeed Gung Jun. He smiled and said to Peng Yu, "Your luck is not bad. You're even braver. You actually killed the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Yellow Bandit Army." "Oh right, what's your name?" Peng Yu never thought that he would kill the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Yellow Bandit Army, Gung Jun. He only felt that his luck was not bad. His face was flushed with excitement as he said, reporting to battalion commander, "I am from the 3rd Company of Auxiliary Soldiers. My name is Peng Yu." "Good, Peng Yu. You've done a great service. I will report this matter to the higher-ups and record your merit. As for now, the battle is not over yet. You still have to fight bravely. You're quite skilled. Stay by my side for now. That way, we can look out for each other." Chen Bo looked at Peng Yu with satisfaction as he spoke in an appreciative and caring tone. "Yes, I will listen to battalion commander's orders." To be able to fight alongside Cold Front was his goal ever since he joined the army. Now that he could fulfill his wish, why would he reject it? Gung Jun was dead. Chen Bo chopped off Gung Jun's head and hung it on his spear. He seized his horse and began to run through the army. As he ran, he shouted to Cold Front beside him. "Gung Jun has been executed. If the rest of you don't surrender immediately, you will be spared from death. Those who resist will be killed. Gung Jun is dead. Those who surrender will live. Those who resist will die." Instantly, shouts rang out from all directions. These shouts were like waves that rushed outwards and quickly reached the ears of the Yellow Bandit soldiers. The 5,000 soldiers that were prepared here were just making a symbolic retreat. However, when they heard the shouts, especially when they saw Gung Jun's head beside the torch on the war horse, their minds went blank. Didn't they say that the retreat was an act to lure the Southern Ming army out of the city? Then why did General Gung Jun die? Wasn't this acting a little too realistic? Everyone's thoughts were in chaos. In addition to the sounds of crossbow arrows flying through the air, more and more Yellow Bandit soldiers were killed and fell to the ground. Under such a one-sided situation, some of the great Ming citizens who originally wanted to earn a living felt fear and terror. Thus, the first person to kneel and surrender was the first to do so. Everything was afraid of setting an example. Once the first person knelt and surrendered, there was soon a second and a third. The originally disorderly and untrained Yellow Bandit soldiers eventually fell one by one. Occasionally, there would be some who wanted to stand up and resist. However, as soon as they stood up, blood would splatter in front of their chests. After being hit by a bullet, they would fall to the ground and become corpses. When everyone realized that those who stood up would die and those who knelt would live, no one dared to stand up. This resulted in a black mass of people kneeling on the ground. There were simply too many captives. There were at least 2,000 of them. Battalion Commander Chen Bo had no choice but to leave behind a squad of Cold Front and a platoon of auxiliary soldiers to watch over the captives. Then, he led the other soldiers and charged towards the Yellow Bandit camp. Chapter 373. The same thing happened on the left and right wings. A large number of yellow bandit prisoners knelt on the ground. There were also some Ling Feng soldiers and auxiliary soldiers who continued to charge towards the main camp. Huang Yuliang was pacing back and forth in his tent. At this moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. The three flares in the sky made him feel that something was wrong. However, he still felt that it was a coincidence. After all, he did not receive any news about the arrival of the Southern Ming Empire's reinforcements. Furthermore, he still had 80,000 soldiers in his hands. Report. Just as Huang Yuliang was feeling uneasy, the curtains of the tent were pulled open, revealing Zhu Fangyong's face. General Zhu, how did it go? Huang Yuliang asked anxiously when he saw who it was. Young master, it's a mess. Everything is a mess. There are rumors that General Geng Jun was killed. The army is in a mess now. Zhu Fangyong said as he entered the tent. Geng Jun was killed. Hearing this news, Huang Yuliang shook his head instinctively. That's impossible. General Geng has 5,000 soldiers by his side. They are all elites. Furthermore, he was only in charge of pretending to retreat. How could anything happen to him? Zhu Fangyong naturally did not agree with Huang Yuliang's description of elites. Compared to the elite Ling Feng soldiers, these yellow bandit soldiers could not even compare to a single finger of the elite Ling Feng soldiers. However, Zhu Fangyong, who still had important responsibilities, had no choice but to suppress his thoughts. He said obediently, yes, General Geng is surrounded by elites. I believe that someone at the front lines must have spread the news. However, the army is in a mess now. I'm afraid that anything can happen. For your safety, I hope that young master can leave the tent first. Leave the main tent? Why? Huang Yuliang shook his head with a puzzled expression. He had 80,000 soldiers. Even if something happened, he still had the advantage. How could he retreat just because he encountered a problem? As if he knew that Huang Yuliang would do this, Zhu Fangyong shook his head and took 2 big steps forward. He said, Young master, I'm sorry to offend you. Then, he raised his right arm and slapped the back of Huang Yuliang's neck. Chen Bo and the others quickly rushed towards the yellow bandit army. Under the cover of the night, they weaved through the battlefield. Ling Feng and the auxiliary soldiers split into groups of 3 and 5. They shot and killed the enemies in front of them with their spears and crossbows while shouting, Geng Jun is dead, young master Huang has escaped. This caused the Huang bandit army to fall into chaos. Shouts rang out from all directions. Some of the leaders who believed in young master Huang immediately led their men to find a path to escape. Some of the leaders who didn't believe in young master Huang were killed by Ling Feng from a distance. Some of them went to the main tent and found that young master Huang was indeed missing. Knowing that something was wrong, they decided to flee. In short, without a commanding general in the army, in a state of chaos, the untrained bandit army did not know the general and the soldiers did not know the general. In a state of utter chaos, everyone only cared about running for their lives. How could they organize any decent counterattack? It was at this moment that the final straw that crushed the army appeared. General Ma Wei, who had been determined not to come out of the Guangzhou prefecture, led the remaining 2,000 men and charged out. The moment the Southern Ming army appeared, the bandit army became even more chaotic. Countless people trampled on each other, and groups of people knelt down and surrendered. Nanjing, the capital of the Southern Ming dynasty. After a period of renovation, the palace that was originally here looked majestic. The newly renovated Political Affairs Hall became the place where Zhu Qizhen met the important officials. The sky was already bright. A few important officials arrived at the Political Affairs Hall early in the morning, each of them feeling uneasy. In the Southern Ming dynasty, there was a large court session every 6 days and a small court session every 2 days. The so-called large court session was a court session that all officials of the 4th rank and above in the capital had to attend without any special reasons. At that time, everyone could report to the emperor any difficult matters that happened at hand for everyone to discuss and deal with. The small court session could only be attended by officials of the third and second rank and above. The purpose of the court session was to solve problems. Usually, when the matter was related to someone, that person would be summoned to the hall to meet the emperor. Yesterday was the day of the small court session, but before 5 o'clock in the morning, the eunuchs in the palace went to the various residences to summon them to meet the emperor in the palace. Under such an urgent situation, something important must have happened, causing the important officials to feel uneasy when they entered the political affairs hall. From the looks of it, the officials who attended the small court session were all ministers of the 6 ministries. With such a wide range of influence, it was no wonder that everyone felt uneasy. Some smart people had even guessed something. At this time, the only thing that could make the emperor so anxious was the war in the south. While everyone was guessing and worrying, footsteps came from outside the hall. Accompanied by head eunuch Chao Jixiang, Zhu Qizhen walked into the hall and sat down on the large chair that represented the emperor. After Zhu Qizhen sat down, the officials who came in response to the imperial edict knelt on the ground and said, "This official greets the emperor. May the emperor live for 10,000 years. You may rise." Zhu Qizhen's eyes were like torches as he scanned every important official. Then, he said, "Chao Jixiang, quickly pass the 800 li letter that was received in the middle of the night for everyone to see." "Yes." After Chao Jixiang agreed, he carried a wooden box and brought it to the Minister of Personnel, Qin Sun. Even though the 6 ministries seemed to be equal, the Minister of Personnel had always been known as the heavenly official. This was because the appointment and dismissal of the officials in charge was determined by who was one level higher. Qin Sun himself had once been an important official in the cabinet. It was reasonable for him to be the first to know of the news. Qin Sun reached out and opened the wooden box. He took out the letter and quickly skimmed through it. Then, he returned the letter with a serious expression. After him, the Minister of Revenue, Wang Zhua, and the others also read the 800 li urgent letter. Very quickly, everyone knew of the news in the letter. The hall became much quieter. This seemed to have become some kind of custom. Whenever something big happened, the officials would treat their words like gold. Perhaps they also knew that the more important the matter was, the more they could not easily express their opinions. Otherwise, if they said something wrong, a disaster could befall them. The officials did not say a word. After Zhu Qizhen read the letter, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. He hated the attitude of these important officials who usually spoke of protecting the country and the people. When it came to critical moments, they always protected themselves first and never took the initiative to solve problems for the imperial family. However, the law could not punish the majority. He could not punish anyone just because the important officials did not express their opinions. Since they did not take the initiative to speak, he would call them out one by one. "My dear officials, you have all seen it. The situation in Yunnan is dangerous. The rebel Zhu Huili has received help from Jiaoji. The military commander Yang Luo has died on the battlefield. The situation is very dangerous. Governor Wang of Huguang has come to request for reinforcements. Does everyone have a plan?" The military commander Yang Luo could be considered someone who knew his troops well. However, he still died on the battlefield. This was beyond the expectations of all the officials. Now that the emperor asked for a plan, for a moment, everyone looked at each other. No one dared to say a word. Everyone understood the meaning of Zhu Qizhen's words. Governor Wang of Huguang had asked for reinforcements and good generals. The reinforcements were secondary. After knowing that Jiaoji had agreed to Zhu Huili sending troops, the southern Ming court had begun to mobilize the army. Now, the preparations were more or less complete. The first batch of reinforcements was 50,000 people. Although the number of reinforcements might not reach the initial expectations, if they were used well, they could be of use. As long as the southern Ming had enough time to prepare, they could mobilize and recruit more soldiers. However, choosing the right general was the difficult matter. After the Great Ming had 3 emperors, Emperor Qingzu, Emperor Renzong, and Emperor Xuanzong, the country seemed to be very powerful. However, with the implementation of the strategy of emphasizing civil affairs and belittling military force, there were not many generals that could be used on the battlefield. After the Battle of Tuma Castle, many of the generals that could fight had died. In addition, the Great Ming was divided into the north and south. Now, the number of good generals that Zhu Qizhen could use could be counted on one hand. It had already become a common practice on the battlefield to choose the right general before using the army. Without good generals, no matter how many soldiers were sent, it would be useless. However, how could good generals be the reign of the world that could fall at any time? They had to be experienced in battle. Moreover, only after 100 battles could a good general be produced. Looking at the southern Ming, it was clear that there were no such people. Of course, it was not that there were no generals that could be selected from among the lame. For example, the Minister of War, Huang Yi, was a person who knew how to fight. However, he was indeed a bit old. He might not be able to withstand the bumpiness and fatigue of the battlefield. Secondly, he was currently in the process of reorganizing the various guard stations and had discovered many problems. If he was transferred away at this time, it could easily cause internal instability. This could shake the foundation of the southern Ming, which was an even more frightening matter. If he could not use Huang Yi, it would be difficult to choose a good general. This was the reason why Zhu Qizhen had summoned everyone. Zhu Qizhen could not think of any suitable candidates, so he called everyone and asked the important officials to recruit talents. However, this was also difficult for these important officials. Normally, it was easy to recommend someone to a civil official. Everyone would even scramble to arrange their own people. After all, they were governing a city and a region. Even if there were some mistakes, it would not affect the overall situation. At most, they would be labeled as ignorant. However, this was the battlefield. Now that the situation in Yunnan was so critical, if they were not successful in a battle, not only would they die on the battlefield, it could also directly shake the foundation of the southern Ming. This crime was not something that a single person could bear. Knowing the importance of this matter, no one dared to recommend a candidate. Each and every one of the officials pretended to be deaf and mute. As expected, no one was willing to share the burden of state affairs at this critical moment. While Zhu Qizhen was furious, his gaze fell on the Minister of Personnel, Chen Sun. Minister Chen, is there anyone suitable for the Ministry of Personnel that manages the country? Chapter 374. When his name was called, Chen Sun groaned inwardly. However, he knew that he could not run away from his duties. For this reason, he raised his head and said with a bitter expression, "Your Majesty, this subject is mainly responsible for the assessment and appointment of the officials in the various prefectures and the capital. As for the military, this subject is not involved in much and cannot think of a suitable candidate. However, this subject will go back and do a thorough investigation to see if there is anyone who can win the position of a good general." He didn't dare to push the responsibility away directly, but he did express his thoughts in his words. It could be summed up in one sentence. He knew about the transfer of civil officials, but when it came to military affairs, he knew very little. Zhu Qizhen snorted in displeasure when he knew that Chen Sun was trying to shirk his responsibility. His gaze then fell on the Minister of Revenue, Wang Zhua. Beloved official Wang, the Ministry of Revenue is in charge of the nation's finances, as well as the army's provisions and weapons. Do you have any outstanding candidates to recommend to me during the evaluation? Your Majesty, most of the soldiers in the army are the same. There is no one particularly outstanding. This subject really cannot think of anyone at the moment. Wang Zhuo braced himself as he spoke. His intention was to tell Zhu Qizhen that he was only in charge of the finances and provisions. Recommending a good general was not part of his duties, so he would not have an answer. After 2 successive ministers found excuses, Zhu Qizhen angrily asked a few other ministers. However, he still did not get any answers. Finally, his gaze fell on the Minister of War, Kuang Yi. Beloved official Kuang, you are in charge of the Ministry of War. Do you have any suitable generals to recommend to me? Asking Kuang Yi was something that could not be helped. Originally, Zhu Qizhen knew that if there really was a suitable candidate, Kuang Yi would have stood up long ago. His lack of action meant that he had no one to recommend. However, at this point, he could only try. Kuang Yi, who was asked this question, was much calmer than the other ministers. Replying to Your Majesty, the Ministry of War is currently conducting a self-inspection. For the time being, we haven't found anyone outstanding in leading troops. However, since Your Majesty has asked, this subject recommends the Duke of Loyalty and Courage. He is currently quelling a rebellion in Guangdong. Why not wait for him to resolve the matter there and then transfer him to Yunnan to take charge? While Kuang Yi was still speaking, Zhu Qizhen's face was already red. He said angrily, "Enough." After interrupting Kuang Yi, Zhu Qizhen said angrily to Kuang Yi, "Do you know what Guanning, who you sent out to report the situation in Guangdong every day, said? Today is peaceful, the three armies have not moved. Everything is normal. This is Guan Ying's secret report, and it's the same sentence every day. We can even recite it by heart. Now you say that you want to place your hopes on the Duke of Loyalty and Courage. Do you know that you are talking without thinking? Yes, yes. How can Minister Kuang mention the Duke of Loyalty and Courage? The matter in Guangdong was caused by a group of bandits, and most of them were untrained rebels. They have no combat ability at all. The Duke of Loyalty and Courage, who is known as the God of War, fears the enemy like a tiger. If he is transferred to Yunnan, who knows how afraid he will be. It is better not to say such things in the future to avoid being ridiculed by others. The Minister of Rights, Lu De, stood up and spoke as if he was criticizing Yang Qindong for not doing his job well. Yang Qindong did not give face to Lu De because of the matter with Hangzhou's prefectural magistrate, Qi Bushen. Lu De held a grudge. After that, he tried to obstruct Yang Shan's diplomatic mission to northern Ming. However, things didn't go as he expected. He was called over by Zhu Qizhen and reprimanded. He had long been dissatisfied. Now, even the emperor was scolding Yang Qindong for not doing his job well. How could he not put a foot in it? Towards the grudges between Lu De and Yang Qindong, Kuang Yi, who understood the grudges between Lu De and Yang Qindong well, naturally knew that the other side was venting his anger. Thus, he put on an expression of disagreement as he said, "The Duke of Loyalty and Courage indeed did not gain any merit, but the situation in Guangdong did not expand either. Besides, the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. Not moving today does not mean not moving tomorrow. Who knows what the outcome will be? I have confidence in the Duke of Loyalty and Courage." Is that so? Then I hope that Minister Kuang has a good eye for people. I also hope that the Duke of Baiming does not disappoint. Lu De knew very well that he didn't have much say in military matters. He had already expressed his opinion, so there was no need to make things difficult for Kuang Yi. Thus, he began to withdraw his hand. "Enough," Zhu Qizhen said angrily. Seeing that the officials had no good generals to recommend and were instead arguing, he waved his hand. "Everyone, go back and think about the matter of generals. If there is a suitable candidate, I will not look at seniority and promote him." Even without looking at seniority, one could see Zhu Qizhen's anxiety. The officials all knelt on the ground and said that they would think about it carefully and choose a suitable candidate. The siege of Guangzhou had been resolved. Yang Qindong also met with the commander of the Guangdong Guards, General Ma Wei, at the foot of the city. However, information was not developed. It would take a few days for news of the battle here to reach Nanjing. General Ma Wei greets the imperial envoy. What was different from the last time they met was that Ma Wei's salute this time was very respectful. It could be seen that he was sincere. Although under the Ming dynasty system, military officials were usually half a head lower than civil officials, as a rank 3 commander of the guards, his power was not small. At least in the entire Guangdong, the only person who could suppress him was the administrative secretary Lu Youfu. Even the original inspector Jia Qing only had a higher rank than him. Most of the time, the two of them were in different positions and did not need to lower their heads when they met. Now, Ma Wei's respect for Yang Qindong was not only because of his identity as an imperial envoy, but more importantly because of the victory of this battle. Starting from the night, it did not end until noon of the second day. The yellow bandits were already defeated. Their leader, Huang Yuliang, escaped in the chaos. The leader of the 4 heavenly kings, Gung Jun, was killed in front of the formation. Other than that, more than 30 leaders were either killed, injured, or captured. In this battle, there were more than 30,000 prisoners. Adding those who died in the battle, especially those who trampled on each other in the chaos, there were close to 10,000 people. Thus, more than half of the original 80,000 yellow bandits were heavily injured. Not only did they lose the ability to surround the Guangzhou government, the rest of them had all escaped like stray dogs. This method came from Yang Qindong's hands. As a witness to the entire matter, how could Ma Wei not be convinced? As for the resentment of Yang Qindong ordering him to defend the Guangzhou government for 10 days and losing soldiers, he had long forgotten it completely. Ma Wei's face was full of acceptance. Yang Qindong did not find it strange and only replied lightly, "General Ma has contributed greatly in this battle. I will mention it in the following battle report." However, the battle is not over yet. The battlefield still needs to be cleaned up and a large number of prisoners still need to be monitored. General Ma is more familiar with this place. As for how to mobilize the bailiffs and even the common people in the Guangzhou government to help, all of this will depend on you. Yang Qindong spoke politely and Ma Wei immediately agreed happily. Please do not worry, Imperial Envoy. I will go to the city to mobilize soon. I think the manpower will be replenished very quickly. Very good. Yang Qindong first nodded in satisfaction. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Right, although we won this battle, we lost some men. In order to better attack the yellow bandits and achieve the goal of eliminating them, I suggest that we pick some strong men from these prisoners for our use. With enough soldiers, we can win consecutive battles and restore the stability of Guangdong." This was a commonly used method during the War of Liberation. This was also one of the reasons why our army was growing larger and why our victory was becoming more and more fruitful. Pick prisoners and replenish soldiers. Hearing this, Ma Wei raised his head in surprise. Clearly, this was something he had never thought of. Just as he was puzzled, General Guaning also rode over from not far away. However, when he was still a few dozen feet away from Yang Qindong, he reined in his horse and jumped off. Leading the horse in front of Yang Qindong was also a sign of respect. Speaking of which, the results of this battle shocked Guaning and made him truly convinced. Previously, when he wanted to compete in leg strength with Yang Qindong, he had lost. Guaning had a feeling that this young imperial envoy might be able to bring him a pleasant surprise. What he did not expect was that not only would there be a pleasant surprise, the results would be so great. In less than a day, they defeated the yellow bandits and severely damaged their foundation. Not only did they resolve the siege of Guangzhou Prefecture, there had long been news that the yellow bandits had retreated in the direction of Zhaoqing Prefecture. Once they entered the city, they holed up and tightly closed the city gates. It was clear that this battle had scared them out of their wits and greatly damaged their arrogance. After this battle, presumably, the situation in Guangdong would be greatly alleviated. Now that there was hope for his mission to be completed, Guaning walked over with a glowing face. When he saw Yang Qindong, his attitude was even more respectful. "Imperial Envoy, the food has been delivered. When do you think you can let the army eat? There is no rush for this matter." Yang Qindong looked at the approaching Guaning with a slight smile. He then pointed at Ma Wei and said, "Just now, I said that we do not have enough soldiers. I was wondering if we could pick some strong young men from the prisoners and temporarily send them to the army. However, it seems that General Ma does not agree. No. I was only thinking that these people were originally yellow bandits. Even if they were captured because they were not a match for us, we do not know if they can truly be used by us. That is why I have some misgivings. Ma Wei saw that Yang Qindong seemed to be dissatisfied with him and immediately opened his mouth to explain. In that way, he had completely regarded Yang Qindong as a superior. Chapter 375. This was the difference between a general and a civil official. If it was a civil official, even if you showed great talent, it would be hard for the other party to be convinced. Even if he was full of flattery on the surface, it was hard to tell whether or not he would hate him out of jealousy and secretly do bad things in the dark. A general was different. Often, the better the general was at war, the more straightforward his personality was. This kind of person would call himself a hero and value heroes more. Once he met someone who was more powerful than him, not only would he be convinced, but he would also feel a sense of appreciation for that person. At this time, the only difference between the two was the difference in the master he served. Today, Ma Wei admired and respected Yang Qindong. Hearing him say that he did not support the idea of using captives as soldiers, he had to explain. Using captives as soldiers? Guaning was shocked when he heard this. Obviously, he had never thought of this idea before and was caught off guard. Yes, you can say that it's using captives as soldiers. Yang Qindong saw that the two of them didn't understand, so he explained, the two of you, to be honest, with the amount of military power we have, it's really impossible for us to really quell the yellow bandits. If the other party only retreated and defended the city, with our little military power, we will not be able to display any advantage. This time, we were able to win, but one was fast and the other was strange. But what if the other party is prepared? Yang Qindong looked at Guaning and Ma Wei and continued, if they are prepared, the lack of military power is our weakness. They only need to fight a war of attrition with us. Even if they use 10 people to exchange for one of our lives, I'm afraid we can't afford it. There was no need for Yang Qindong to explain the weakness of having too little military power. Guaning and Ma Wei could see it clearly. But what could they do? They had transferred all the soldiers they could from Guangdong. Now, they did not have any extra power to fight a decisive battle with the yellow bandits. However, Yang Qindong's idea was not bad. If they could really use it, it would be a good way to expand their strength. At the very least, it would be a good way to protect themselves. However, using prisoners of war as soldiers was unprecedented in the Ming dynasty. This made things difficult for Guaning and Ma Wei. Seeing that the two of them only lowered their heads and didn't say anything, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, Yang Qindong chuckled. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. Presumably, the two of you know that as an imperial envoy, I have the authority to use some battlefield resources. Since this is the case, these people have been temporarily recruited by me. In the future, you can write in detail in the battle reports. All the blame will be shouldered by this imperial envoy. It has nothing to do with you two. You can put your hearts into your stomachs. As soon as Yang Qindong said this, Guaning and Ma Wei heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Although the emperor's decree did not explicitly state that Yang Qindong could use all the resources on the battlefield, but this time, the mercenaries were hired without any payment. For this reason, there was indeed news from the higher-ups that in order to make up for the Duke of Loyalty, he did indeed have the right to share the battlefield resources. Just like how he punished Lady Jia and Han Qing before, it was clear proof. Since he had this kind of power and prisoners of war were also a type of battlefield resource, it was possible for him to use this as an excuse to use prisoners of war as soldiers. Since they had no right to object, if anything happened in the future, it would have nothing to do with them. How could they not let out a sigh of relief? Since the imperial envoy has said so, then let's do as you have said. However, I still want to remind you that no matter how brave and loyal the prisoners of war are, their loyalty is always very little. You still need to be on guard at all times, Ma Wei said in a concerned tone. Earlier, he did not express his opinion and even had a faint intention of opposing. He did not know if the imperial envoy would be angry at him. Now that there was a chance to flatter him, he would not let it go. Since Ma Wei had expressed his opinion, Guaning was not willing to fall behind. He immediately expressed his opinion. General Ma's words are correct. I also completely agree. Good. Seeing that the two of them had both expressed their opinions, Yang Qindong also let out a breath. Then the matter is settled like this. I will leave a portion of people to join the army, but most of the prisoners of war will still be returned to you. Just arrange for them to be watched over. The matter was finally settled. Yang Qindong bid farewell to Guaning and Ma Wei and called over the commander of the second group of the Cold Front, Luo Pe, commander of the auxiliary group, Lu Zhua, as well as Kong Jia and Song Zhe, the two political commissars. The matter of the prisoners of war has been settled. You can choose the right people first. However, remember, you must do things according to the rules. You cannot accept anyone who has serious problems. Otherwise, whoever makes a mistake will be held responsible. Hearing that they could expand the army, although it was only some prisoners of war, Luo Pe and Lu Zhuo were both very happy. Just now, they had taken some time to take a look. Among the prisoners of war of the Yellow Bandits, there was no lack of good seedlings with strong bodies. If they were taught well and could be used, they would probably become good soldiers not long after. As for who could be accepted and who could not be accepted, they had long made plans. In addition, the political commissar had brought along a group of battalion-level instructors and company-level instructors to assist. Presumably, there would not be a big problem. Since there was not a big problem, Luo Pe and the other three all agreed with faces full of excitement. Then, they began to choose the talents they could use from the prisoners of war. Luo Pe and the others went to choose the good soldiers. Yang Qindong also tested the soldiers under his command. For example, Peng Yu was the first person he needed to test. In this battle, Peng Yu had contributed greatly. He had personally killed the head of the Yellow Bandits' 4 heavenly kings, Gung Jun. This kind of contribution would not be ignored in any army. Thus, Peng Yu was personally received by Yang Qindong. In a quiet military tent at the edge of the battlefield, Yang Qindong saw Peng Yu who was half kneeling on the ground. You are Peng Yu. I remember that your leg strength is not bad. You also performed very well in this battle. Being called over by Yang Qindong, Peng Yu was more or less excited. He had already seen that this person's identity was not simple. Now that he was praised by this person, he was naturally unable to contain his joy. Thank you for the praise. Everything is what Peng Yu should have done. Hee, no need to call me some chief. You can just call me the 6th young master. Looking at the proud Peng Yu, Yang Qindong felt that this was a good seedling. He immediately revealed his identity with a smile. 6th young master. Suddenly hearing Yang Qindong call him by his name, Peng Yu was first stunned. Then, his eyes widened. His entire body seemed to tremble. His knees went soft and with a plop, he knelt on the ground. Greetings, 6th young master. I did not know your identity and neglected you before. Please punish me. It was no wonder that Peng Yu was so excited. In Crimson City, who did not know the name of the 6th young master? Many people had even seen his true appearance. However, because Peng Yu had entered Crimson City late, he did not have the chance to see him. This had always been a regret in his heart. Now that he was finally able to see the person's face, and at such a close distance, it could almost be described as a private meeting. How could he not be excited on such an occasion? How could he not kneel on the ground in indescribable excitement? Get up. Seeing Peng Yu's reaction, Yang Qindong could not help but laugh out loud. This person's reaction was enough to prove that he did not know his identity. However, to be able to perform so well on the battlefield was enough to prove that he was a hardworking person. Such a character was most suitable to join the cold front. Yes, thank you, sixth young master. When Peng Yu heard Yang Qindong's words, he immediately got up from the ground in joy. Then, he stood in a standard military posture in front of Yang Qindong. Not bad. You are spirited and your eyes are spirited. You are a good seedling. However, do you know why I told you my identity as the sixth young master? Yang Qindong looked at Peng Yu, who was standing tall and straight in front of him, and asked with a smile. Forgive me for being stupid. I do not know. Peng Yu thought hard for a moment before shaking his head in distress. Ha ha ha. Seeing Peng Yu's naive look, Yang Qindong could not help but laugh again. Then, he looked at Tiger's mane beside him and said, Tell him. Yes. Tiger's mane replied. Then, he looked at Peng Yu and said, Remember, anyone who can be called the sixth young master has the right to join the cold front. This is also the cold front's secret. Now, you have it. Do you understand? Peng Yu was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very quick-witted. Otherwise, he would not have been unscathed after fighting with those wild beasts in the mountains for so many years. Now that he heard Tiger's mane's words, he immediately understood something. He said excitedly, Thank you, sixth young master, for your promotion and training. Peng Yu will perform well in future battles and will not disappoint the sixth young master. Wait. Yang Qindong interrupted Peng Yu's words of gratitude. Instead, he shook his head and said, The rule to join the cold front was set by me in the beginning. Since there were rules, everyone had to abide by them. Although your performance is not bad and you have gained the recognition of the young master, you still have to go through the assessment. As for the combat assessment, you have already submitted a satisfactory answer. However, how is your education level? You must know that as an elite member of the cold front, you must be literate. You must be able to write and recognize maps. Which one do you know? When the question of education level was brought up, Peng Yu's face flashed with a troubled expression. Yang Qindong saw this and could not help but feel a little disappointed. He had to admit that Peng Yu's performance on the battlefield was not bad. He knew that Peng Yu was originally a hunter and had only joined the auxiliary forces for half a year. However, based on the principle of not sticking to one type of talent, he decided to give Peng Yu a chance and make an exception for the assessment in advance. However, if Peng Yu was really illiterate, he would not be able to join the cold front. This rule could not be broken by him. Otherwise, if there was a first, there would be a second. It would not be long before the cold front would be ruled by a group of martial artists. Such a team might be able to perform well for a while, but it was impossible for them to last long. An army without education and knowledge was destined to not go far. Chapter 376. Just as Yang Qindong was feeling disappointed, Peng Yu answered, Sixth young master, I can read a few words, but I haven't been studying for long, so I don't know many words. I don't know how to read maps either. You can read. He did not consider whether Peng Yu knew how to read maps. Maps were usually used to assess military officers. As long as Peng Yu had some knowledge, he could join the cold vanguard. As for whether Peng Yu could have a higher level of knowledge, there would be plenty of opportunities for him to learn in the future. Peng Yu was young, so there would be plenty of opportunities. Yes, I can read. Peng Yu was quite confident when he said that. Back in Crimson City, Peng Yu's parents and sister found a teacher to teach him for the sake of his future. Peng Yu was not a scholar, but he could still read. All right, find a book and let him read it. Yang Qindong nodded. He believed that no one would dare to lie to him about something like this, so he spoke to Tiger's mane beside him. Soon, an ancient book was found. The words, 3-character classic, were written on the cover. It was more suitable for a newbie. Peng Yu took the ancient book with some fear, but when he read the first line, his face was filled with a confident smile. He had read these 3 words before, but if it was just a test, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Man's nature is good at birth. Similar in nature, different in habits. If you do not teach, your nature will change. The way of teaching is to specialize. Peng Yue was literate and could write. Although his handwriting was not beautiful, he had already met the rules set by Yang Qindong. It should be known that in the current environment, not everyone was qualified to be literate. Therefore, he immediately broke the rules and was promoted from an auxiliary soldier to a cold vanguard, becoming an existence that many envied. However, Peng Yu's knowledge was still lacking. At least, he did not know how to read maps, so he was only a normal cold vanguard soldier. He was not given any official position. However, as long as he worked hard in the future, once he had more knowledge and learned how to read maps, he would become an officer sooner or later. Even if he didn't become an officer, Peng Yu was already quite satisfied. Being able to join the cold front after only being an auxiliary soldier for half a year was something he never dared to imagine. Not to mention, this exceptional promotion was hosted by the 6th young master himself. Just this point alone was enough to make him proud for the rest of his life. Peng Yu happily left the tent. Other than being ordered not to tell the auxiliary soldiers that Yang Qindong was the 6th young master, he had also become a member of the cold vanguard that everyone envied. Soon after, the news spread like wildfire among the auxiliary soldiers. At this moment, there were many envious people. Everyone was holding back a wave of energy in their hearts. That was, they had to perform well in the following battles and strive for the opportunity to be promoted. In order to win a battle, morale was a must. Proper command was also a must. However, there was also a standard requirement for the number of soldiers. For example, if 100 people met 10,000 people, how difficult would it be to win? This was the disadvantage brought about by the lack of numbers. Although Crimson City had developed rapidly, its foundation was still too weak. The time it had been established was also too short, resulting in a lack of manpower. Now that there was a chance to expand its strength, both Commander Luo Pe and Commander Lu Zhuo would not let go of this opportunity. Immediately, with the support of the 2 commanders, the political commissars of the 2 regiments led a group of political personnel and started to get busy. Groups of strong captives were brought in front of them to register and understand the situation. Although they could use this opportunity to expand the army, there were still rules to be followed. The first step was a strict background check. Register them carefully and see if they have any family members living outside. If they're alone, register them strictly. Not only do we have to listen to them, but we also have to ask them to name at least 2 of their captive friends. We have to verify whether they are right or wrong. As for those who can't be found, put them aside first. We can't accept them if they don't have a clear background. If they are alone, we have to understand how they ended up like this, why did their family members leave them, whether they were oppressed by the Yellow Bandits or the Ming Army. We have to find out everything clearly, ask them seriously if they were literate, if they have learned martial arts, who their master is. We have to register all of these clearly. Questions after questions were asked by the 2 political commissars, which became the criteria to determine which captives were suitable to be recruited into the army and which were not. While these political personnel were doing their work, Guan Ying's logistical support was also effective. Even Ma Wei was very cooperative. Some of the rich families in Guangzhou were grateful that Yang Qindong led the troops to save them, so they took out silver to buy meat and wine to reward the victorious troops. Ling Feng and the auxiliary troops were able to eat their fill for a few days. Food was the most important thing to the people. Initially, some of the captives were not cooperative with the various inquiries. However, when they saw that anyone who cooperated would be rewarded with meat, everyone's enthusiasm was aroused. Some people didn't even wait for others to take the initiative to ask, and like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, they told everything they knew about themselves and the people around them. After losing confidence in the Ming dynasty, Ba Daojiang joined the Huang bandit army to see if they could really bring new hope to the commoners. However, when he attacked Shaoqing Prefecture, he was once again disappointed by the burning, killing, and looting. He had the intention to leave, but before he found a good place to go, he forced himself to stay in the Huang bandit army. Unexpectedly, during the attack on Guangzhou Prefecture, he was sleeping in the barracks when there was a commotion outside. When he got dressed and came out of the barracks, he saw the Huang bandit army fleeing in all directions. In order to save his own life, Ba Daojiang was prepared to escape. In the process of escaping, he even injured 2 of his auxiliary soldiers. However, he was eventually stopped by the elites from the outside. When Ba Daojiang saw more than 10 bandits being killed by firearms from afar, he wisely chose not to take the lead. In the end, he followed the crowd and became a captive. There were so many captives, and Ba Daojiang was only one in 30,000 of them. In addition, he hadn't done anything outrageous, so he wasn't in a hurry. He only thought that the law couldn't punish the masses. In the end, these people would still be dismissed. Because even if they wanted to be locked up in prison, there wasn't a prison that could hold so many people. As he waited patiently, he was attracted by the meat that Ling Feng took out. Ba Daojiang did not have any other hobbies other than good wine and meat. How could he not be moved by the delicious food in front of him? As such, in order to achieve his goal, he revealed some of his situation. As he did not have any relatives and did not know where his parents were, he became an important target for investigation. After finding out from his friends that he did not join the Huang bandit army for long and did not do anything to harm the civilians, he was selected to be a temporary auxiliary soldier and lived a life of meat. There was no free lunch in the world. After eating delicious meat, Ba Daojiang and the other temporary auxiliary soldiers would be called for a meeting every night. Ling Feng and 2 auxiliary soldiers would be in charge of the meeting. The content was for everyone to talk about their past and history, about the injustice they had seen, and about the grievances they had suffered. At first, Ba Daojiang didn't know why he said all this. But when he saw some people being encouraged to talk about their own stories, and some talking about how their loved ones died under the Ming dynasty's corrupt and deceitful policies, or were forced to die or starved to death, tears streamed down his face. He was heartbroken. Chapter 377. Every time someone did something like this, it would cause the other temporary soldiers to shed tears as well. From these words, they seemed to recall some of the painful experiences they had gone through. The grievance meeting was a method of training soldiers that Yang Qindong had proposed. By letting everyone vent their grievances, not only would it allow them to vent their frustrations, it would also shorten the distance between them. As time went by, everyone naturally became closer to each other. This change happened unknowingly, and when some people realized it, they had already fallen in love with this atmosphere. Here, not only was there unity and love between comrades, there was also mutual respect. No one would be discriminated against because of their low birth. More importantly, they could eat meat every day, and it was 3 meals a day. In a short period of time, they were all fed white and fat. Ba Daojiang was also affected by this atmosphere. During one of the grievance meeting, he even took the initiative to speak about some of the injustices he had experienced and seen. He talked about how a local landlord had taken a liking to a woman and forced her husband to kill him. In the end, he forced the woman to jump into a river and killed the landlord's family in a fit of rage. Many people in the meeting shed tears and praised Ba Daojiang's righteous actions. Then, they said with righteous indignation that they wanted to eradicate the evil nobles in the world. Under such an atmosphere, Ba Daojiang also fell in love with this place, and began to pay attention to the lives of the Ling Feng and the other temporary soldiers. He realized that these people were very obedient and treated others kindly. More importantly, they were all quite strong, and most of them were literate and sensible. All these discoveries left Ba Daojiang astonished. It was not that he had never seen or interacted with the Ming army, but it was his first time seeing an army like this. Especially once, When he saw Leng Feng pour hot water for a temporary soldier to soak his feet, saying that it could get rid of the fatigue of the day, he was truly shocked. Was there really such a kind army in the world? If there was, then wasn't this his goal, his heaven on earth? The more he learned, the more shocked he became. Not only Ba Daojiang, but more and more people also found out that the Leng Feng before them were not Ming soldiers, but mercenaries hired by the southern Ming emperor. They were superior to some of the Ming dynasty's troops. Their combat power was astonishing and their military discipline was strict. They trained hard and their military quality was strong. They ate well and received good treatment. At the same time, they also owned the world's most powerful firearms and so on. All of this shocked Ba Daojiang. At the same time, he also started to feel envious. When he finally couldn't help but ask a temporary soldier if he could become a real temporary soldier, or even a Leng Feng that everyone envied, he received an affirmative answer. As long as you are willing to work and obey orders, anyone can have a good future here. It was these words that made Ba Daojiang completely put down the burden in his heart. He made a decision in his heart that he must perform well and strive to be able to make contributions in the next battle. At this time, other than training with the Leng Feng and the temporary soldiers, he also took the initiative to learn how to read. He heard that if he wanted to become a Leng Feng, he had to learn how to read because a very mysterious sixth young master said that an uneducated army would not have a future. Although he didn't know what this so-called future was, since everyone was doing this, he would follow and learn. Perhaps there really would be a future that belonged to him. 2,000 temporary auxiliary soldiers had been transferred to Yang Qindong's side. Thus, the original 1,200 soldiers had been strengthened to 3,200 soldiers. Once the training was completed, the 2,000 soldiers should be able to unleash a considerable amount of combat power. Guanyin and Ma Wei let out a sigh of relief when they only picked 2,000 captives and the ratio of 1 to 15. They were afraid that the imperial envoy would take all 30,000 captives. In that case, they would have military strength, but whether or not they would be able to form a fighting force was another matter. Also, food and drink for 30,000 people was a big problem. Fortunately, Yang Qindong only took 2,000 people, so it didn't give them too much pressure. On the 5th day after the victory, the Guangdong political commissioner, Lu Youfu, finally arrived at the foot of Guangzhou Prefecture. The 28,000 captives were handed over to him. As for how they would be treated, whether they would be locked in prison or sent to the city as forced labor, that was the matter of the local officials. After shaking off the burden of the captives, Guanyin and Ma Wei came together to find Yang Qindong to discuss whether or not they could stop chasing after the desperate enemy. Yang Qindong had long expected Guanyin and Ma Wei's arrival. The three of them met in the military tent. Other than Beta Persei, who was following behind them, there was no one else in the tent. Yang Qindong finally opened his mouth. "Generals, but I don't know what you mean by chasing after the bandits?" Yang Qindong asked with a puzzled face. When he was asked about the proper matter, Ma Wei's expression became excited. He rubbed his fists and said, "Sir, the Huang bandits outside Guangzhou Prefecture have been defeated and have retreated to Zhaoqing Prefecture. I heard that they are collecting the remnants of their soldiers, but in the end, it is difficult for the hearts of the people to follow after their defeat. This is the time for us to follow up our victory and chase after them. If we can quickly reach the foot of the city, like when we went from Ganzhou to Guangzhou Prefecture, I think we will be able to intimidate the enemy. Winning the battle will be a certainty. At that time, after the Huang bandits have suffered heavy losses, they will truly be unable to continue and will have to leave. Then, we can return Guangdong to a time of peace. For this matter, General Guan and I have already made preparations. All the food on the road has been prepared and is enough for the army." Just as Ma Wei finished speaking, Guanyin, who was standing to the side, took the initiative to say, "Yes, I have prepared enough meat pies for the army to reach Wuzhou Prefecture. There is still some left. You can rest assured on this point." At this moment, Guanying's mentality had long relaxed. Originally, Guangye minister had arranged for him to follow beside Yang Qindong because he needed him to study at the side. In the future, he could become a general and become the cornerstone of the Southern Ming Ministry of War. Even Guaning himself thought this way. However, on the road from Ganzhou to Guangzhou Prefecture, Guanying's mentality had more or less changed. After he saw the strength of the mercenaries, the competitive heart in his heart had weakened greatly. Especially after he learned that Yang Qindong had used 800 men to break through the Huang bandits' 80,000-strong army, he became even more aware of the difference between the two sides. Yang Qindong used troops like a god. In this aspect, he was ashamed of his inferiority. However, what he admired more was the strength of the mercenaries themselves. With such strong troops, as long as the commander was not an idiot, it would probably be difficult for them to lose a battle. Since this was the case, he might as well not interfere with military matters. Instead, he would focus on logistics and study at the side. When the Guangdong matter was over, he could report it to Guangye minister and similarly choose people from the army to train a group of elite troops. In the future, he would be a general and be able to use them. Guaning was completely convinced, as was Ma Wei. The two of them had the same thoughts and both found Yang Qindong to ask him to send troops. The two southern Ming generals had the same view. Yang Qindong's eyes narrowed into slits. The actions of these two people were like the old saying, sweep the snow in front of your own door. Just as Ma Wei had said, if the Huang bandits were heavily injured, they might leave Guangdong. Thus, this place was safe. However, what about other places? What about Guangxi, which was close to Guangdong? Moreover, once they left Guangxi, what would happen to Yunnan? If they gathered together with Zhu Huiyun and the others, wouldn't that be a new problem? Yang Qindong could think of these things, but he did not believe that Ma Wei and Guaning could not. Especially the latter. As the minister-counselor of the Ministry of War, he was highly valued by Guangye. How could he not predict such a situation? However, they still wanted to send troops to Wuzhou House. One had to say that they knew what to do. Thinking back to when Guangdong was in chaos, Guangxi did not send troops to help. On the contrary, they placed troops in the cities near each other to prevent the Huang bandits from entering other places. Such a method naturally allowed Guangxi to be temporarily safe. However, this would only increase the pressure on Guangdong. The Huang bandits could not go to other places, so they could only cause trouble in Guangdong. Such a method was really hurtful. This was why Ma Wei wanted to chase the Huang bandits out of Guangdong. As for where they went, he did not say and did not think about it. Even Guaning pretended that he didn't know anything. If one chopstick was easily broken, 10 chopsticks would not be broken. This was the power of unity. The relationship between Guangdong and Guangxi was enough to show that Nanming and Baiming were not on good terms. The various houses under Nanming were not on good terms. If this continued, the internal losses would be too great. How could the people not be in chaos? How could the people live a good life? How could they not die? Yang Qindong thought of his own Yangxie. In the beginning, all sides were united. What if this went on for a long time? If the territory became bigger and the population increased, what would the result be? Would there be people who would raise their own troops and respect themselves? Would there be people who also had the same idea of sweeping the snow in front of their own door? There must be. Since Ji Ranqing had predicted the emergence of these problems, how to solve them? It must be known that the current transportation system was too underdeveloped. Once something happened, it would be a long time before anyone knew about it. This was not conducive to the management of a large area of land. As such, he needed to think carefully about how to do it best. In short, the mistakes that happened to others could not happen to himself. Otherwise, even if he became stronger, he would not be able to maintain this situation for long. Yang Qindong was deep in thought for a long time without speaking. Ma Wei and Guaning were very anxious. After the two of them looked at each other, they whispered, "Sir, when do you think we should send troops?" Chapter 378. Do you really only want to chase the yellow bandits out of Guangdong? If one day other places do the same, won't they come back to Guangdong? When that time comes, what should we do? Yang Qindong suddenly raised his head. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he looked at Ma Wei and asked. Ma Wei panicked when he was asked this question. Just as he did not know how to answer, Yang Qindong's gaze turned and landed on Guaning. General Ma is the commander of the Guangdong Guards. It is understandable that you only have Guangdong in your eyes, but General Guan is the vice-director of the Southern Ming Ministry of War. You should have the bigger picture in your eyes. Are you also so short-sighted? Guan Ying's expression froze. He quickly lowered his head and said with an embarrassed expression, "Sir, I was wrong. I was wrong as well." Ma Wei saw that Guaning from the Ministry of War was reprimanded. How could he continue to be stubborn? He quickly lowered his head as if admitting his mistake. Seeing that the two had admitted their mistakes, Yang Qindong's expression relaxed. Forget it. I was entrusted by the emperor and had to consider the long term. If we only chase the yellow bandits out of Guangdong, it does not count as completing the mission. That is why I said what I said just now. If it was too serious, I ask for your understanding. Yang Qindong's words slowed down and there was a hint of self-blame. Immediately, Ma Wei and Guan Ying's expressions became uneasy. Sir, what are you saying? You have great insight and thought things through. We can learn from you. Everyone liked to hear flattery. Yang Qindong's expression also became much better. Good, since the two generals have the same opinion, then let's see how we can get rid of the yellow bandits once and for all. As he spoke, Yang Qindong walked in front of the sand table in the tent. The sand table was a military sand table. It had already appeared in the Ming dynasty, but its name was Kanyu Map. It was said that the martial great master Zhu Hozhao loved to play with sand tables. The sand table had already marked out the areas where the yellow bandits were active. Yellow flags were placed on top. The surrounding southern Ming troops had black flags in their hands. Come and take a look. After the defeat at the prefecture of Guangzhou, Wang Yuliang retreated to the Zhaoqing prefecture with his remaining troops and is resting there. To the north of Wuzhou, there was a ridge known as Mengzhu Ridge. Once one left from here, one could enter Guizhou and Huguang. In order to prevent the chaos of the yellow bandits from spreading everywhere, this imperial envoy has already arranged for Pingle Prefecture's General He Sheng and 2 battalions of the mercenary army to defend that place, making it impossible for them to leave. Then, to the south of Xuanzhou Prefecture, Gaozhou is extremely close to Laizhou. If things go south, the yellow bandits can also pass through here to reach Shanghai. In order to prevent this imperial envoy has also arranged for Ganzhou Prefecture's General Yu Ping and 2 battalions of the mercenary army to defend that place, cutting off their path of retreat. When Yang Qindong said this, Guaning and Ma Wei had a look of sudden realization. Previously, Hao Sheng and General Yu Guang had suddenly disappeared without a trace. They had guessed that they had received the imperial envoy's military orders, but no one had been able to guess what they had done. Looking at it now, they knew that Yang Qindong had long made plans and arrangements. Thus, the defeat of the yellow bandits in front of the Canton prefecture should have been within his expectations. Thinking about how he had even calculated the future situation and made preparations, at the same time the two of them sighed in admiration, they acknowledged the title of the god of war even more. Yang Qindong did not look at their expressions. It was as if he did not care about their thoughts. Instead, he continued, thus, if the yellow bandits want to establish themselves, other than fighting us head-on, they can only choose to retreat to Guangxi. General Guan, you are an official of the Ministry of War. Please immediately inform the Guangxi guards to guard the front line between Nanning Prefecture and Liuzhou Prefecture. No matter what, they cannot give the yellow bandits an opportunity. Of course, if they do not have the ability to guard it, then being affected by the bandits will have nothing to do with us. I will give them 7 days to prepare. After 7 days, the troops will march to Wuzhou Prefecture and completely take care of the Huang bandits. A palm landed on the sand table. Yang Qindong spoke with a determined expression. It was clear that he had already made up his mind. Yes. Guaning and Ma Wei both sighed in admiration as they spoke. At this moment, they finally understood that this imperial envoy was not doing nothing. On the contrary, he had thought of everything. He was particular about planning before acting. In terms of ability, he was much stronger than them. Guaning sent people to send a message to the Guangxi army. Ma Wei also began to gather more food for the army. After seeing the power of the mercenaries, they did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent in terms of food. The Yang family army was able to have better food. Every day, they ate until they were full and rested well. The morale of the army was greatly boosted. Even the 2,000 temporary auxiliary soldiers blended into this positive atmosphere. Some people were already planning in their hearts that if there was a big battle, they would perform well and strive to remove the word temporary from their heads. Zhaoqing Manor. The original yamen became Huang Yuliang's place to rest and work. Because of the defeat of the Guang province soldiers, although there were still many yellow bandits in Zhaoqing Manor, the entire atmosphere had become much lower. The morale of the soldiers was low. As the main commander, Huang Yuliang, of course, was anxious. He called for Zhu Fangyong, who had saved his life outside the Guang province city. Outside the Guang province city, if Zhu Fangyong had not acted decisively, Huang Yuliang would not have been able to escape. Thinking about how General Geng Jun had been so brave and good at fighting but had still died in front of the battlefield, he felt waves of fear. It was because Zhu Fangyong had saved his life that he relied heavily on this person. Since Huang Yuliang liked Zhu Fangyong so much, it was hard for the people below to not be jealous. Someone asked why things were so coincidental. They had just wanted to use the arrival of the reinforcements to lure Ma Wei out of the city when the reinforcements actually arrived. Was there some connection? Some people even doubted Zhu Fangyong's loyalty. After all, this person had only joined the Yellow Bandits for a short time. In the face of these rumors, Zhu Fangyong actually admitted to it. He said that all of this was the blessings of the heavens. It was all thanks to this plan. Otherwise, if they were caught off guard, would the Southern Ming Empire's reinforcements not come? If that really happened, the losses would be even greater. However, the scouts were so useless that they did not even give a warning when the Southern Ming Empire's reinforcements arrived. They had truly missed the opportunity. When Zhu Fangyong's words reached Huang Yuliang's ears, not only did he not doubt this person, but he also thought that this was a blessing from the heavens. While praising him and making him his trusted aide, he also killed the scout to improve the morale of the troops. After Zhu Fangyong became Huang Yuliang's trusted aide, he naturally became an important guest. He was often called over to eat together and at the same time, analyzed the current situation. General Zhu, we have already been in Zhaoqing Manor for a period of time. We have also gathered many scattered soldiers, but I don't know why the Southern Ming Empire's army did not take this opportunity to attack us. What are they planning to do? Huang Yuliang's face was filled with worry. The Southern Ming Empire's reinforcements were truly too powerful. They were so powerful that he felt a bone-deep fear. Young master, there is no need to worry. There must be a reason why the Southern Ming Empire's reinforcements did not come. From this general's point of view, it should be because their own military strength is insufficient. This general has sent people to inquire about some news. I heard that the Southern Ming Empire's reinforcements have actually recruited some of our brothers as soldiers. Ha, it seems that they are really desperate. Zhu Fangyong said with a smile, but he was truly worried. He thought about the information he had received from the Security Bureau 2 days ago. It said that the 6th young master wanted him to keep Huang Yuliang in Zhaoqing no matter what and wait for him to bring his troops over to carry out his previous plan. He also said that the Yang family's army was too small. If they wanted to achieve anything, they had to expand their army and accept many yellow bandits as soldiers. He was truly shocked. As for keeping Huang Yuliang in Zhaoqing City, Zhu Fangyong felt that it was not difficult to do. This was because this young master Huang did not want to admit defeat and wanted to rise again. How could he leave so easily? It was not easy to get to Zhaoqing City. However, as for the matter of recruiting yellow bandits as soldiers, he was truly worried. Zhu Fangyong, who had stayed in the yellow bandits' army for a period of time, knew that they were just a bunch of villagers who had no choice but to join the army to fill their stomachs. They did not have any culture and did not understand any great principles. They would only follow whoever gave them food. Would these people be loyal? Would these people be of any use on the battlefield? He did not want to drag down other allies. Although he was worried, this was something the sixth young master would do. Due to his respect and reliance on the sixth young master, he did not say anything in the end. He was currently in Zhaoqing City and could not care about things that were too far away. It was better to complete the mission first. Huang Yuliang was originally raising a cup of strong wine to his mouth when he heard Zhu Fangyong's words. When he heard that his subordinates had been recruited by the Southern Ming, he was first stunned and then laughed. His originally nervous expression instantly relaxed. Ha ha ha, the Southern Ming actually recruited our soldiers. Is this true? I sent out 3 groups of people and the news they sent back was the same. It should not be false, Zhu Fangyong replied with a serious expression. Good, good. Huang Yuliang stood up with a face full of joy. The Southern Ming actually used our soldiers as soldiers. This shows that they have too few soldiers. More importantly, they do not know that the people who can join my volunteer army are all warriors who have lost faith in the Southern Ming. If they lose on the battlefield, in order to survive, they will have to surrender to save their lives. However, their hearts will still be on our side. If we use these people, once the 2 sides fight and we have the upper hand, they will very likely turn their spearhead on the battlefield. That will be the time they reap what they sow, ha ha ha. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.